Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this workshop to order. This is our September 9th, 2021 ARPA workshop, American Rescue Plan Act. This time we're going to have the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Will everyone please stand? Bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you right now, thanking you for another opportunity to serve and to do things according to your will. You ask that you be with us, that you allow us to do things with dignity and honor, and we do things according to your plan. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Terrell Hill,
Here.
Commissioner Rufus Gorham,
Present.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill. Here. For the record, Commissioners Justin Campbell and Will Jones are not present.
Commissioner Campbell's in transit. And we have a quorum. We'll move forward with our public comments at this time. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Is there anyone here for public comment? If you're here, please fill out the yellow speakers card in the back of the room, or you can use the YouTube chat function. Well, you can't use the YouTube chat function. And we have you also have a dial-in function as well, 386-329-0100 extension 0. And so you can still drop your comments in YouTube if you choose to. First up is Mr. Daniel Valancourt. As you come forward, just give us your name and address for the record. Blue light.
Now, hi, my name is Daniel Valancourt with Valancourt Construction. I live at 5600 Millie Way, which is Green Cove Springs, Florida. It's Southern Clay County. I'm here just to introduce myself. I've been working with the Airport Advisory Board about building a corporate aircraft hangar at Palatka Airport. They haven't made a recommendation yet on anything, but they have some concerns that we're trying to work through together that are very reasonable. Our office is in Green Cove, again, Southern Clay County. You know, I do all my shopping here in Palatka. I come to Palatka all the time. Palatka Airport's beautiful. And one of the things we're trying to do is build a corporate aircraft hangar at the airport. And it does, you know, there is a plan, a long-term plan that's been adopted previously. I think it was like 6 or 7 years old, something like that. And it does comport with all of that. And I'm hoping that by next month, the advisory board can say yay or nay to if my idea is good, if they recommend it or not, they're going to present it to you. I just didn't want the first time you heard from me would be them coming saying, hey, you know, we think you should approve this. Again, we're Valancourt Construction. We do employ a bunch of Putnam County and Palatka residents. It's a fantastic city. And again, I just want to introduce myself. And if you have any questions for me or anything like that, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay. And Mr. Valancourt, if you can just kind of also tell the commission what your recent experiences you've had with the airport and how certain clients come through.
Okay, so we're growing. We have about 500 employees. We're growing. Our footprint is expanding. So we have a lot of need to get to places quickly. We're a heavy site construction company. We also do a lot of equipment purchasing on secondary markets. So I have to travel to find the equipment I'm trying to buy. It's very, very difficult to get equipment new, especially you're talking 3 to 6 months to get anything new, and prices are outrageous. So there's a big need for us to travel quickly. And right now we're using a NetJets membership to accommodate some of that travel. And we do use the Palatka Airport as one of our main points because this is so close to us. So NetJets is coming in and picking us up. But I have an aircraft that I want to store there so that I can use it for commercial purposes or use it for our business to go point A to point B quickly. That's pretty much it right now. But it's like I said, you guys have a fantastic airport. I mean, it is awesome.
Definitely. welcome to Palatka. We definitely appreciate you using the airport as well.
Yes,
Any
sir.
questions from the commissioner or comment?
Just thanks for investing in Palatka.
Yes, sir. Well, it's our pleasure. And we hope to get to know you guys even more. And if you ever need anything, just reach out anytime.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Let the record reflect both Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Campbell are here with us. All members are present and accounted for.
Mayor Hill,
Yes, ma'am.
may I ask that Mr. Valencourt fill out the yellow speaker's card?
He has already.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here for public comment at this time? Do we have anything online? If we don't have anything, if there's no one else here for public comment, we'll go ahead and, yes, ma'am. Okay, if you can fill out for me once you finish speaking, that'd be perfect. Just introduce yourself and give your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Donna Beatty. I live at 4048 Silver Lake Drive, Palatka, Florida. I came to the meeting. My first number one question is, before you guys decide anything, can you tell us what we're allowed to use the money for? Because I read online that there are
That's the purpose of the
certain
meeting.
boundaries, we just can't spend it on anything we want. Okay, and to also look at what is going to be the greater good for the most amount of people in our area.
Perfect. Stay tuned. That's what we're here for
Okay,
today.
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you can just fill that card out for me right there on the wall. Is there anyone else? Seeing no one at this time, we'll close public hearing and we will move on to our discussion of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. And you want to go ahead and take this, Ms. Shank? Do you want to start us out, Mr. Holmes, before we get going?
Mayor, staff has put together a presentation for you with the idea of basically just starting the process of allowing you to make decisions about your focus and direction you wish to go with expenditure of the ARPA funds that you've heard much about in the last few weeks. As you know, we only have about or almost $5.2 million that is available, but it can't be spent on projects other than those that have been approved or that are eligible based on the guidelines we're receiving. Ms. Shank has put together what I believe is a good informative presentation of the general and then subcategories of types of things that you could spend the money on. And we don't really need a decision today, but we're hoping this is the start of a process that would allow you to give staff some direction as to how you wish us to go in trying to put together some eligible projects for spending the money, which has to be spent in 2 years. Is that correct? 24 months approximately.
By December 31st, 2024. And then it has to, we'll go over that in the presentation.
Dispersed over a 2-year period. Yeah, it's dispersed over a 2-year period.
Okay, so with that, I have nothing further unless you have questions.
Let's move into the presentation.
So at our last commission meeting, we did sign the agreement with Department of Emergency Management that was executed and sent off for them to execute and then return to us. The total of the ARPA funding that we're going to be receiving is $5,234,421. All of these funds are subject to statutory requirements, which means that they have to be used for a specific cost that is outlined in this presentation. And they can only be expensed during the period that began on March 3rd of 2021, and it will end on December 31st of 2024. Any funds that we do not use do have to be returned to the Treasury. And this does qualify for single federal audit. So we will be required to do a single audit on these funds.
Don't mind, would you back up, Sonny?
The
That in
expended
the case that the funds have to be expended by December 31.
but incurred.
Award,
Incurred by 24.
Cut your mic on, Don.
so award funds for the financial obligations incurred by December 31st, 2024 must be expended by December 31st, 2026.
Right, so there's a difference between when we incur them and when we have to have the money spent.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that we,
Yep.
that.
Accruals.
Next up, there are 7 broad categories and 66 subcategories of eligible uses that have been determined by the IRS. So the first one is response to public health concern raised by the pandemic. Second one is response to negative economic impacts of the pandemic. Third is services to disproportionately impacted communities. Fourth is premium pay to essential workers, private and public. 5, improvements to water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. 6, replacement of lost revenue by local governments due to pandemic. And 7 is administrative costs. So the first one that we'll go over is the public health concerns that are raised by the pandemic. And everything that we're going to go over in this presentation, these are eligible expenses. They've been verified by the interim final ruling, as well as the reporting guidelines that have been put out as from the Treasury, as well as the League of Cities. You will, I do want to note too, there is a little upwards arrow and then also a star. If you see an upward arrow, that means that these funds have to be evidence-based interventions. If there's a star, that means that we must report on projects that primarily serve disadvantaged communities using demographic distribution. So there are specific requirements that go along with these. So it isn't kind of a free-for-all with the money. You have to have certain requirements behind them. Do you have any questions as far as responses to public health concerns raised by the pandemic?
No, I'll just add that if the commission recalls, we gave approval a few months ago, I guess last year with the pandemic, to Mr. Jones, when DeAndre Jones and Ida Wright and those were, and the Bethune-Cookman group was on to do to actually do grant applications for COVID education in underserved communities. This kind of falls right within this category. It was something that we approved and we saw as necessary during that time. So it may be an opportunity for us to look at that, even though we weren't awarded the grant. It creates an opportunity to further educate folks on some of the health concerns and some of the other issues that are out there. And when you look at our health numbers, it's a perfect opportunity to at least start to identify. Go ahead.
I do want to note on this one, PPE does not have any restrictions. So moving forward, that is something that we could spend the ARPA money on, is anything since March 3rd that we've bought as far as PPE. All right, so the second one that we'll go over is the response to negative economic impacts of the pandemic. This can be food programs, rent, mortgage, and utility aid, cash transfers, internet access programs, eviction prevention, unemployment benefits or cash assistance to unemployed workers, job training assistance, small business economic assistance, aid to nonprofit organizations, aid to tourism, travel, or hospitality, and also rehiring public sector staff. I will note on these that if the commission wishes to move forward with these types of programs, I believe that we would need additional staff to provide these programs.
Any questions or comments?
And we can use part of that money to hire additional staff, right?
Correct, yes.
And we may want to consider not necessarily hiring staff, but contracting with someone to administer, for instance, if it was a rent, mortgage, and utility aid program, we don't have in-house expertise on how to set that program up and equitably administer it. So that's just an example. But if you were to take something like that, we probably would want to look at something in the nature of perhaps a contract to have someone administer that kind of a program.
Yeah, so you got groups like Christian Service Center, for example, that do that regularly, that create opportunities. If you recall, the county used the United Way out of St. Johns County to help them when they administer distributions. And they had some other local nonprofits that they brought on board to partner with to do certain things and keep data. I think the critical piece is to make sure we, kind of tell them what exactly it is we want them to do. Any other questions on this section? Okay. Next section.
So,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
I have a
Mr.
question. So we could actually give aid to some of the nonprofits, contract with them, and we could also provide them financial help as well to get their programs up running.
That is correct, yes.
Is there a limit? Are we gonna set the limits, or
We have to
is
set,
there?
we set our limits for whatever categories and how we want to do the scopes on them. The biggest thing is whatever it is that you pick as part of your plan, then you start to set how your distribution of your resources is going to be.
Now, also understanding that the county gets some of the same money, and I don't think we want to duplicate the same efforts, or are we gonna kind of like collaborate with them? And well, I guess not. Maybe we service just people in the city, of course, and they may put parameters. They're only gonna help people on the outside of municipality. Is that been said yet?
I think your point's very well taken, and I think that we all contemplate that we'd be working with the county to determine what area they're going to service, how they're going to move forward, and then try to complement them, or at least not duplicate what they're doing.
And just so that you know, the staff's already sat in on ARPA planning for the county already and had separate meetings from the management team with the county as well to talk about ARPA.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want, the money run out because people double dip, but I also want to be able to help everybody. So we want to make sure that, nobody's left out.
Correct. It's definitely noted that we wouldn't want to do duplication to organizations. We would want to make sure that we're transparent with the county as well as in discussion with them as far as what they're doing.
Three. Anything else on two? We'll move into three.
Services to disproportionately impacted communities. This ranges from education assistance, healthy childhood environments, housing support, which under that one, there's two under that one. And then also social determinants of health. And you will note on all of these that you see they do have stipulations behind them as far as what the city has to identify or report.
And I think one of the critical pieces to this one that when you look at it is affordable housing. And affordable housing has various components in it. And so it's an opportunity for us to really look at one of our four main priorities initially identified by this commission, and see if there's an opportunity for us to kind of push the meter as it relates to affordable housing and also community violence intervention.
And unhoused person too, those three is at least high on my list too, so, yeah.
Yeah. And now the other part is, I think when you look at where it says 8 to high poverty districts, you look at what we have, just the mix of economically of what's in the city. many places within our city are going to be communities that are served at the low to moderate income levels. And poverty does run rampant, and it may be opportunities for us to be able to creatively implement some programming that we wouldn't necessarily have before to make those things happen. And so I think those are the places where the commission has this category out of all gives you the greatest ability to really push forward some of the things that you've kind of had in your mind that you didn't necessarily have the ability to push out before. And it allows us to be able to help people and not just places. So any additional commentary, Ms. Shank? And so Ms. Shank has worked tirelessly on this particular plan and has dug deep into the weeds of some of the things that are permissible. And so I would encourage everybody, if you get an opportunity, to really talk to her in detail.
So when are we gonna sit down and prioritize what we're gonna?
Today.
Today?
This is the first start of it. So this is the educational piece. The next piece of this is going to be going back, absorbing everything that you have and using, I think the commentary that we give during the presentation gives some insight to staff as to how we start to put together the plan. And then everybody has an opportunity to really start to push out the things that are priority before we start putting numbers to it and getting deeper into how we plan to approach.
Correct. We'd really have to narrow down the scope of where the commission would like to do the greater good for the community and where we can really make an impact. And from there, I've given you additional handouts. I know it's a lot of information. Believe me, I've been reading over it pretty tirelessly. It's a lot of information out there. But staff is also seeking to see what other communities are doing as well.
And you got dashboards that are available so that if the commission wants to look at what other places are doing, as well as staff looking at what other communities are doing, it's the perfect time. And so those are all things that we have in place. So anything else on 3? Moving to 4.
Premium pay to essential workers, private and public. The premium pay, it does allow for not only the salary or wages, but also benefits as well. So that is something that we found in the interim final ruling. It does allow for pay as well as benefits. So I do want to note that.
Any questions?
When we talk about benefits, share with that, because I think it's something that they can't dip into the pension, or it can't be associated with the pension.
So we cannot make a payment to our pension fund as far as if, let's say you were going, I don't want to give an example, but we cannot make a payment to the pension fund that is ineligible. I'll backtrack on that.
I actually would like an example because I'm kind of like Ms. McCaskill. I'm a visual learner person. So we could pay some, for example, we're talking about bringing someone in to administrate this grant. I mean, this assistant. So will we bring them on as a full-time employee or
Contract.
just contract for the period of the next 3 years?
Actually, I think administration is one of your next slides. So if you're talking about actually helping with the administration of the grant, I think that that's covered under a subsequent slide. And as to whether we bring them on as an employee or not, problem with funding employees with grant money is the grant money goes away.
Right. And then you
So-
still got to fund it.
And then you still got the employee and you've got everything associated with that. So I think if you do that or go that route, I think you're looking at a contract basis.
And just so, because we're in workshop mode, we only got a handful of people in the audience. So if you got a question, just kind of raise your hand and we'll see if it's something that, we can definitely have input on.
In the interim final ruling, there is actually a definition for premium pay. And it says that Premium pay means an amount of up to $13 an hour that is paid to an eligible worker in addition to wages for that worker, but that such amount may not exceed $25,000. Premium pay will be considered to be in addition to wages. And it goes on to specify which categories of employees would be considered in that essential workers category.
So it could be our essential workers.
Correct.
Our city essential workers.
That is correct.
And the only thing it'll be exempt from is paying into the pension piece, right?
Correct.
In the city, that means if we chose that route, and we would have to take it from whatever fund and pay into that.
The additional piece.
Okay, that's,
Well, would the premium pay require contribution towards pension, or would it just be considered something in the nature of a stipend that's different from salary? I mean, that would be the question that would have to be answered. If you
Oh,
paid,
yeah.
if you paid 13 an hour extra, my initial thought would be that would not be considered salary, which would
Okay.
require pension contribution. But I'm just making a common sense assessment, and that doesn't always work
Well,
real
that
well.
makes-
on these kinds of
That
things.
makes really good sense. I mean, I think stipend would be, more appropriate from that respect. Okay, I mean, that's pretty clear.
Any other questions on that one? All right, number 5 is improvements to water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And this is in 4 different categories, clean water, drinking water, and broadband. So it is 3. With this one, we have talked about looking over our current CIP plan to see if we do have eligible projects that we could essentially use the ARPA funding to fund those projects. We could potentially go out maybe 10 to 15 years of CIP of projects that we planned on or maybe not had funding to do to bring the city a little bit further ahead as far as clean water and drinking water and broadband.
And we talked about a couple, and Jonathan can explain more, but understanding that we've got a finite amount of money, and the commission's priorities are going to determine where that money is applied. But there are some things that would require limited amounts of money that could save money and still provide benefit, including, Jonathan pointed out, we kind of have made arrangements for filters for our water plant, but we could accommodate additional filters to provide for additional capacity with the growth that we're seeing, the additional customers that are coming online, and what we see we have in the future. That could be something that could be of benefit from a number of different perspectives. We talked about picking out a segment of water lines, for instance, where we might have a pocket of water lines that are bad, and you've got good water lines on the downhill side of that and good water lines on the uphill side of that, but you got a pocket of bad in the middle, which taints the water below, to see if there were any, finite pockets of those that we could work with. So those are just some of the things that we had batted around. Huge projects are going to be pretty much out of the question because of the cost. There's 2 north side projects that we already have kind of on the plan, but Jonathan, we asked that Jonathan take a look at what the projected cost of those are, and they're about $7 million. So, they probably wouldn't be something we could work into this. But there might be something smaller. Like I said, there may be pockets here and there we could do some good for a lot of people on with a relatively manageable amount of funds.
And potentially save, because with some of those projects, we anticipated debt service to come with them. So that's going to be a cost savings to residents as well.
And save on maintenance too. If we got a section of bad water lines, you know what that does to us on maintenance. So just things to throw in the mix. But as I said, we all understand that you're going to set what your primary focus is, and then we'll work with that from there.
Yeah, I think a good example of that, Jonathan, is when you look at projects like we had our phases from 5th to 14th, you know, maybe even breaking part of that phase down, which gets us further ahead than we were before. And it allows us, it frees up some of the SRF funds for, you know, to do additional stuff. And so that's probably a good example of potable line replacement where it'll fit the criteria. And you want to give any other specific examples that kind of come to mind on infrastructure projects, which would be something that's food for thought for the commission? And then maybe we give a kind of maybe a top 10 list of things that could be considered and how to break it down monetarily.
Yes. Sonny, is Mandy on the call? Okay, I didn't want to steal her thunder, but I guess I got to. So we received notification that the last phase of the St. John's Avenue reconstruction project was funded by Florida Department of Transportation. Yeah, some good news. That's from the railroad tracks back up to Mosley. Big project, needed project, probably the worst road in the city. There's a reason I don't drive that way. But top 10, stuff like that comes to mind. You mentioned, and Don mentioned, the northeast and northwest section. That's a big project, but you know, that's kind of the last phase or last of 3 phases to kind of square everything off using Mosley as a delineating line north-south in the city. You know, we're at 15 miles of potable line replaced now out of the 66 that was identified some years back. This may help you get a little bit farther along in that process. You know, we did not expect to get anywhere near 30. But you know, you could potentially see taking this to kind of fast forward a few of those projects. And I mentioned the St. John's Avenue project because that means that we're gonna have to use the SRF, the remaining SRF funds, to match that, to do that water line replacement since we're ripping that road up. You know, we got 7.6 million, but that 2.9 million over there and downtown is pretty much going to eat into the remaining loan funds that you have. So the only other option is to start putting money away on an annual basis. But as Don said, those projects can cost anywhere from a couple million up to 7 million. It's going to take a while to save enough money to do another project or go get more SRF. But you know, that's another $200,000 to $300,000 annual payment. So I'd be thinking about waterline projects. Another concern that I would share with you is these capital projects sometimes take 2 years to get done. And that doesn't even include what we call the entitlement or the permitting phase. So if you're talking about a big project, you probably need to think about the ones that we already have on the books, the ones that are already planned for the next couple of years.
And remember, the price keeps going up.
Well, I think the other part is just to make sure that once we start talking about when the project accrues as opposed to when the completion date hits, and that's where that 2026 date becomes critical, because we can fund the project and still find ourselves in a position where a delay puts us out of compliance. So
you do have a few more projects out at the wastewater treatment plant. There is the project that Don mentioned at the water treatment plant, which we're under consent order for, but we did just get notification that we were listed for state revolving loan funds. You could supplement that, as he suggested, to gain some additional capacity. You know, our plant, we have plenty of capacity to commit to growth. The problem is we aren't putting an equivalent size or number of filters in to treat to that capacity. It's being designed in such a fashion where we can add them as needed, and it's pretty easy to do, but maybe an easy project to kind of cross off the list and make us a little better prepared for this growth that we're seeing.
yeah. And so even from I guess we'll get into some of the utility stuff in a second. Even from the utility side with the gas authority in here. We want to pull into that now. Let's go. We got Brent, you got any thoughts as far as gas authority, as anything that the gas authority would have that would fall up on the ARPA? You can come up to the mic.
As far as infrastructure?
Yeah.
We have expansions and expanding our territory all the time as growth is coming on. We want to target. We've bounced around ideas of extending to other communities, to Interlochen perhaps, or other things. Well, that doesn't affect us financially here, except that it's part of our revenue. Part of our revenue goes to the city, and we would reap the benefits of any growth that we did as a community. We have a compressed natural gas station that is in bad need of repairs. As we look at alternative fuels and cleaner burning fuels, that's something that could be enhanced.
What are your costs on your CNG stuff, on your CNG system?
Well, we really are in need of dispensers. They're run about 15 grand a piece. And, upgrading it that way would really help. Maybe then we could look at some fleets and getting some more vehicles on compressed natural gas. Those are some thoughts I have.
Okay, we
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just a question. I mean, with your sensors, you say they run about 15,000 a piece, but how many sensors do you think you may need?
I'm sorry, dispensers, they look like the gas pumps that you have up there, but they pump compressed natural. We have 2 of them up there now, and really only 1 works right now, which causes a problem for the garbage trucks. You probably heard about it. So we try to keep them going, but that's certainly a need.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 6 is for replacement of lost revenue by local governments due to pandemic. It is not my recommendation to go this route at all. Actually, the city is faring very well because of the pandemic. So as far as estimates that we had for revenues coming in, we're doing just fine. I don't recommend dipping into this portion
And there were a
or
couple
this category.
and there were a couple critical areas where at the beginning of the pandemic, we didn't think we would fare as well. And surprisingly, those areas rebounded and exceeded in some places.
Sales tax is one of them. Communication services taxes is another. So we can go ahead and jump to the last category, which is your administrative costs. This does cover administrative expenses, evaluation and data analysis, as well as transfers to other units of government.
Want to talk about caps,
I'm sorry.
categorical caps at all? Or cost limitations? You see any areas of concern as it relates to how we
No.
use the cost?
Not in what I've read, but
What are your do you have a cap on administrative expenses that you can incur? In other words, is there a percentage or anything of that nature that's allocated to administrative costs in comparison to the total award that we have?
no.
It's just being able to justify the expense.
Got to be some type of cap in this area. It's not.
There could be in the, in the interim final ruling, but, as
This has
many-
not been a clear picture. And we've asked for guidance from the league, and they basically said, ask your legal attorney, your city attorney. I'm sorry? Yeah, but in all fairness to everyone, you're looking at kind of a experience where the rules are being made almost as you go.
Kind of like
So-
CARES Act,
I'm sorry?
like CARES money was.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it'd be unfair to expect someone to give you a whole set of rules and guidelines, because I think they're being made as we go. But we'll get as much guidance as we can on anything that you any question that you have, and we'll reach out to other entities, which is what we've been doing. But as far as there being like an easy primer that you can go to the league or someone else for, it just doesn't exist.
They will not give you an opinion.
And
So,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
did you reach out to any other counties as to what they're
I
doing, or
did.
cities? as to
So
what they're
I've
doing?
actually
Sorry.
reached out to, of course, my own personal contact, City of Fennell, as well as my former employer, Flagler County. Flagler County does have a website they have posted for the residents to go on and see what they've decided on, that they will be spending the money on. I do recommend the city do something similar to let our residents know once we do have a plan formed.
And I'll just mention one final thing. Obviously, all of us understand the issues we've been dealing with in terms of workforce. There may be some opportunities in that regard here as far as training, incentives, whatever the case might be, in terms of trying to, attract people to our workforce.
And so the other thing is we've also, we've got the Miramar plan. So we have Miramar, we've got Daytona. If you go to the National League of Cities website, they've got a guide to what some of the expenditures are that come out. Florida League of Cities, Florida League of Mayors, all those places are putting up constantly within different chats. And then the other piece I think is critical for us is with the amount of contacts that we have statewide, just sitting up on this dais alone, it creates the perfect opportunity to make a call to one of your colleagues and say, hey, shoot me your opera plan.
Right.
So for example, a lot of the entitlement cities, all the cities that have populations over 50,000, they got direct disbursements. They didn't have to wait for the county in order to get their money. And so for example, Mayor Daley in Tallahassee is sending me the comprehensive plan that he has. They're actually going through their meetings at the same time that we are. And so, and they've got a lot of citizen-based programs inside of it. But of course, Tallahassee gets a significantly larger amount of money than we get. The other places that you're going to get guidance are going to be from your local representatives. And so it creates opportunities to talk to them as well. But the bottom line is it's a moving target, and you can, because people are creatively thinking of ways in which they can use resources based upon these categories. And in those categories, the stuff that we're getting right now from Ms. Shank comes with a lot of research and a lot of digging into the weeds just to get the pieces that you have now. There's not much guidance. There's a whole bunch of literature, but there's not a whole bunch of guidance on how to spend. And, the biggest thing is it's going to be a shot in the wind, no different than CARES Act funding was. I think the only difference is we've got a bigger piece of the puzzle, and we can ascertain ways that we can use it to help people, to promote projects that we've had in the past and really create additional initiatives while transitioning to a better position financially long-term for the city.
The biggest concern is that the city is on the hook for repayment of this, whereas with the CARES Act, the county was.
But they'd look to us. I mean, if it had been our money, they'd look to us.
But the other part of it is, I think when you look at how we use these resources, we just want to make sure that we think through it methodically, because there are going to be projects in here that you can use this for that will truly change the way certain things are. And it'll help us in the long run. And I think more than anything else, we want to make sure that we put people over projects.
Oh, yeah. I know, like the mayor said, with all the different contacts we have across the state between everybody that sits up here, I'm certainly gonna push it out to the Northeast Florida League of Cities, our region, and see what they're doing. We're up here on FBCLEO, Florida League of Cities, so everybody here is serving on various boards. So we have quite a few contacts, so we'll be able to.
And even when we did CARES funding, just so the commission knows, as we were anticipating the funding that was coming from the county, and I think at that time there wasn't any idea as to what we would be allocated. We knew that we would have an ask. We looked at the idea of bringing in a consultant who could help us as we began to make requests for certain allocations. And we actually had, what was it, Mr. Holmes? I think it was three different consultants at that time who we spoke to about the opportunities, but when we had that conversation with the county about whether it would be something that was reimbursed, even though we knew it was something that was reimbursable in other communities, they were like, no, we wouldn't reimburse that expense. And we knew that other communities had hired and been reimbursed. But I think but when you look at ARPA, it's a different situation because the administrative costs are already built into the program. And so
And the administration truly falls on the city at this point, whereas before it was on the county.
and then even at FLC this year, there were a few companies that came out who are actually doing ARPA fund. They're doing ARPA planning and administration. And we got an opportunity to see them present, and as well as, they were around. And I don't know if anybody got a chance to talk to any other ones, but there were a few that were there that I got a chance to speak to. And I know that some of the commissioners actually participated in the ARPA symposium that was there as well.
One difference is that with CARES Act, we weren't given a set number. We were basically given the opportunity to make requests, and we came up with requests, and basically everything we asked for was funded. This is a little different in that we have a set number. So for instance, with CARES Act, if we had added 50,000 for admin and it was approved, it would have been added to everything else we got. In this situation, you've got the 5.2, and whatever you put into admin is taken away from what you have left to spend on projects. I just mentioned that. It appears that some of the people around us are looking at the prospect of using admin if it involves a program that you don't have expertise in running, like for instance, some of the community programs that we referenced in, I believe, slide 2. But if it's something that doesn't involve that, not getting admin involved because of or not farming out the admin because of the cost involved with that. Now, we have some expenses that are going to be facing that we didn't think were eligible, but we're seeing some other entities looking for them, like a fire truck. I'm not saying we spend money on a fire truck. I'm saying we're seeing somebody else spend money on a fire truck. Radios that we're going to have coming up at $512,000. So, those are things out there, and maybe just as a suggestion for you to think about, if you were able to somehow divide up in your minds or in a plan for us, the percentages that you'd like to see going to certain causes. I don't know how many priorities y'all are going to end up with, 3, 4, 5, whatever it might be, or 2 or 1, whatever you think, however you think you're going to get the best bang for your buck. But if you have more than 1 or 2, it might help from the outset for you to kind of articulate to us what percentage of the 5.1 you'd want to go to infrastructure, if any, what percentage to go to some of those programs on slide 2. And then we can try to help, a little bit with that. But if you come up with one project that you think is going to be, it's going to require the vast majority of it, then of course that may make the process of apportioning it academic, because it may all go in one spot or almost one spot.
And I do want to say I would truly love for each of you, if you have questions or there's a specific program in your mind that you think you want to potentially volley up, I'd love to take the time to dissect it with you to see what it looks like in the reporting aspect. Are these truly an eligible expense? Because I'd hate for, in the public setting, it to be said, and then we can't fulfill that promise. So on my side, I've been doing a lot of research behind the eligible expenses, as well as how they get reported and the certain criteria that goes behind them as well.
And you're probably gonna get more guidance every day. And that's the nature of the beast. You're probably gonna hear more about what you can't do. Maybe not what you can do, but you're probably gonna hear more about what you can't do every day.
I think if we looked at the CIP projects, that we have on the list or whatever, and see how we can best utilize it, and then shift something, then we can start applying some of those other fundings to some of these other programs, because if that's our biggest bang for the buck, like the mayor was saying, some of those CIP projects, I think that we're gonna get a bigger bang for the buck, especially with the timeframes that we have to work with.
Agreed. Anything else from the commission? Anything else from staff?
No, sir. Not for me.
The next slide is just based on what we've read so far and what's been put out by the league. Ineligible expenses do include payments to pension funds, rainy day funds, as well as financial reserves or outstanding debt. Premium pay, you cannot pay for telework employees. And then, of course, projects or services that fall outside the 7 spending categories. And then I have a slide for questions.
All right, let me start out. Any questions from the audience? Come on up.
My name is Donna Beatty, 4048 Silver Lake Drive, Palatka, Florida.
Can you cut the mic on? Just
Sorry.
just cut that, match that button. The lights on?
It says,
Okay.
yeah, I'm short. No, I'm not short, I'm high challenge. Okay.
Vertically challenged.
Donna Beatty, 4048 Silver Lake Drive, Palatka, Florida. In the discussion, one of the things I noticed that was not mentioned at all was broadband. Okay,
Yes, it is.
Infrastructure.
Yes, it was.
It's a part of the infrastructure
I know it
conversation.
is, but it was, we talked about water, we talked about sewer, I wrote down notes. Broadband was never mentioned. Okay, so this is something that is important to me, very important, especially here in Palatka, because we have limited resources. Sometimes we don't have such good internet, and we all know that. And I think as we move forward and we start growing, we need that. Because I think we're gonna have more teleworkers. My own personal opinion.
Well, I think the other piece is, and we've had the conversation about broadband extensively.
Yeah.
We've got an IT expert on the commission as well, but when you look at where we are, we've talked about being able to increase the strands of broadband. It's something Mr. Griffiths has talked about consistently. So no, we're definitely well aware, but we appreciate the comment.
Okay, thank you.
Good point.
So if you go back and look at number 5, it's
There are regulations behind that as well. If we were to go the broadband route, we'd have to ensure that the projects have certain upload speeds. That is in the interim final ruling. You can find that in there. So, you know, as I said, there's just so much information out there that, you know, if, for instance, broadband is one of your projects that you'd like to discuss, I'd love to sit down and just kind of go over all of them with you and what we have out there in the city that, you know, Jonathan or Mr. Holmes may know about.
so Mr. Griffith, you want to give us a quick need on the strands? Just a 2-second conversation when Ms. Shank finishes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2-second version. Wait, 1 second. Lauren, you want to finish?
Nope, that's it. I'll give it right to Jonathan.
Well, I think we need to talk to Larry Harvey. He was recently appointed to, I guess, a state board over broadband, and he's probably more informed as to, you know, where our deficiencies are in our county. To do broadband, we're going to have to collaborate and partner and fund the private sector. It's as simple as that. And that's what you're going to see in other communities. They're wording it in such a fashion where they're going to be working with AT&T, Comcast, Windstream, all those different providers to get either first mile or last mile improvements. But I will take this opportunity. I forgot a few things earlier. Stormwater is eligible. So we could look into the eligibility of developing a stormwater utility plan, which has later revenue implications to the city to offset existing costs. And Office 365 improvement is an eligible expense because it falls underneath the cybersecurity eligible expense category. And the existing fiber improvements, at a minimum, the connection from the water tower to the county complex would be an eligible expense, but maybe the upgrade and putting an additional 16 strands into the entire city loop. Forgot about those earlier, sorry.
He did mention it though in an earlier discussion, so he didn't forget about it then, just. forgot about it.
So now that we all know Jonathan's list, I'm just kidding.
I'm a part of it. Any other questions from the audience? Going once. Going twice. Commission, anything else?
I just want to thank all those involved with helping to make this, put the presentation together. It was a great presentation and it's comprehensive enough for us to understand. And they went through, I guess, and narrowed a lot of things down. You know, it was a million miles wide and an inch deep. So they brought it in a little bit closer so we can understand a lot better. So I certainly appreciate that.
Did you say a million miles wide?
And just one more question, if I may, Mayor. When are the first part of the funds to be released?
So I did contact the league as well as Department of Emergency Management. They anticipate us receiving our first part of the funding in 1 to 2 weeks after we've signed the agreement and sent it back, which we have.
So other communities, some of the local communities, for example, once the agreement was signed, they literally got them in like a week.
Wow.
So, and they'll sit there until we devise the plan.
You're gonna put those in some sort of separate line item.
It will be in a separate fund, yes. I've met with my staff to discuss how we would account for them. Of course, ours is gonna tie back to reporting, but it's all been discussed in finance.
All right. And then also as we pull the rest of those plans in, or if anybody gets plans from somebody else, let's go ahead and make sure we push it out to finance so they can be distributed to the rest of the commission. Any other questions or comments?
As it relate to support public health expenditures, and I asked one time before when we first talked about these funds, did we see, could we actually fund the radios that's needed for fire department and police department? Have we confirmed or could we use those funds for that as far as going on the infrastructure? Or when I look here where it says support public health expenditures.
So communications is listed under there. That was actually one of the expenses that I contacted the league specifically and asked, could we purchase 800 megahertz radios for communications? And they replied and said they cannot give an opinion if something is or is not eligible. So to be completely honest, I'm not sure. That's something that I would have to turn over to the city attorney to see what the legal opinion is.
Can we look into that? Because that's a big expenditure and it's needed.
Mr. Holmes just talked about that 2 seconds ago when he was talking about the $512,000. Because the counties actually looked at the same thing. And so that's what he was talking about just previously.
Right.
Okay. So,
Ms. Shank and I talked about this earlier, so.
Right.
I can't hear you.
yeah.
You like that? I'm sorry. Ms. Shank and I discussed this earlier, so yes, we will be digging through the weeds and figuring this out.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you for a great presentation. And we will continue to fill in the blanks as we go.
Who knows?
So,
We'll stand adjourned.
So moved.
second.
Lots of good things happening in Tallahassee these days.
gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is our City of Palatka, September 9th, 2021 meeting, and at this time, we'll have is Pastor Mulberry on the line? We'll have our invocation and our pledge. I'm gonna ask Jeremy Ray if you come forward and lead us with the invocation and the pledge at this time. Cut your mic. Cut the mic on. Yeah, that's just get, yeah. No, just let it go when the blue light comes on.
All right, let's pray. Father, we thank you, God. God, for the opportunity to gather, God. And we just thank you, God, for God, Palatka, God, and what's going on here, God, and the great things that are happening. God, we ask you to be with this meeting, God, that it be prosperous, God, that we bring glory to you. God, be with each person here tonight, God. God be glorified. We thank you in Christ's name. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America
and
to the republic for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Mayor Tarahi,
Here.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill,
Here.
Commissioner Will Jones,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Barn,
Present.
all present and accounted for, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next up is approval of minutes from our August 26th workshop and meeting.
Motion to accept minutes is written.
Second. There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving into public recognitions and presentations, we have a proclamation for Patriot Day, September 11th, 2021. In remembrance of the victims of the first responders lost during September 11th, 2001's tragedy. Take your time.
Whereas on September 11, 2001, the American people endured the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil in the nation's history with courage and bravery. And whereas the lives of 2,977 innocent victims were mercilessly cut short by terrorists driven by hatred and destruction. And whereas in response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in a remarkable spirit of devotion and unity and carried out countless acts of kindness. And whereas September 11th is a day to honor the memory of those who were lost and those united in response to the great tragedy, including first responders and volunteers. And whereas on October 25th, 2001, the United States Congress passed Joint Resolution 71 by a vote of 407 to 0, directing the president to designate September the 11th of each year as Patriot Day. And whereas September 11th is observed and recognized as an annual National Day of Service and Remembrance. And whereas September 11th and on the days leading up to and following this day, citizens have an opportunity to participate in activities that honor 9/11 victims and heroes by joining together. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby recognize September 11th, 2021 as Patriot Day in the City of Palatka. And we encourage local government officials and leaders of civic, social, and educational organizations and citizens to reflect on the importance of active citizenship and recognize the enduring strength of our Constitution and reaffirm our commitment to the rights and obligations of citizens in this great nation. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 9th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Man, I got one thing here.
Yes, sir.
You had the roll call for August 26th. I was present.
Let's finish the proclamation first, sir.
Okay.
So again, let's go ahead and give a round of applause for individuals.
Are we presenting to the chiefs?
Yes. Chief Shaw. would you please come forward and accept this proclamation on behalf of first responders? It's I think it's amazing when we look back at September 11, 2001, 20 years later. It seems like it was just yesterday that our country was in a very unknown place where everybody was on edge. And 20 years later, we find ourselves remembering a part of history that many of us will never forget, just because of the impacts that it had worldwide. And when we look at some of the things that are going on in Afghanistan today, and we look at what's happening around the world and the responses that take place, we've got to make sure that we always pay homage to the individuals who lost their lives on that day, who sacrificed, and to the lives that will forever be changed. And so we'll make sure that we never forget. And so as we have our celebrations in remembrance of 9/11, we encourage everybody to participate in whatever capacity you can, whether that's a moment of silence or it's coming out to the county's annual celebration of life, of liberty. And we just encourage everybody to be there. 20 years later, it still has the same effect. And so we just encourage everybody to be present. Next up is our proclamation for Constitution Week, September 17th through 23rd. William Bartram, chapter of the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Please come forward, ladies, at this time. And
are we going to finish the correction of the minutes?
okay. You can just line up across the front. And so whoever's going to present, once we present the proclamation, we can go from there. Just before we do that, we'll just make a notation of the scrivener's error in the minutes so that will be corrected to show that the attendance is proper. So the proclamation reads as follows.
Whereas in May of 1787, delegates gathered in the Pennsylvania State House to chart a new course for our emerging country, meeting in a time of economic hardship and passionate debate, but with the understanding that while controversy is a hallmark of democracy, the force of tension and uncertainty pale in comparison to the strength of our common ideals. And whereas in a document that has endured for more than 2¼ centuries, the framers put forth their vision for a more perfect union and called it the Constitution of the United States of America. Whereas our Constitution was signed on September 17, 1787, and after an extended period of national conversation and with the promise of a Bill of Rights, it became the supreme law of the land. Since that time, America's Constitution has inspired nations to demand control of their own destinies and has called multitudes to seek freedom and prosperity on our shores. And whereas as we celebrate the world's longest surviving written charter of government, let us remember that upholding our founding principles require us to challenge modern injustices while accepting our responsibilities as citizens, our obligations to one another and to future generations, allowing us to move forward knowing that in the face of impossible odds, those who love their country can change it. And whereas Constitution Week, designated by the joint resolution of Congress on September 17th through 23rd of each year, was initiated by the Daughters of the American Revolution in 1955 and signed into law in 1956 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, becoming public law number 915 of the United States of America. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby recognize and proclaim September the 17th through September 23rd, 2021 as Constitution Week in the City of Palatka. We encourage local government officials and leaders of civic, social, and educational organizations to conduct ceremonies and programs that bring together members to reflect on the importance of active citizenship, recognize the enduring strength of our Constitution, and reaffirm our commitment to the rights and obligations of citizens in this great nation. In witness whereof I have hereunto caused my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the City of Palatka, Florida, this 9th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner McCaskill, a second by Commissioner Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I've officially photobombed you and just congratulations, lady. You have a spokesperson for today? You want to use the mic? So just make sure the blue light's on for us.
We want to thank Mayor Hill and the commissioners of the city of Palatka for this. We, as Daughters of the American Revolution, this is a big part of who we are. Patriotism and historic preservation and education. As part of this week, on September 17th at 4 o'clock, Daughters of the American Revolution and any interested parties across America will ring the bells, whether they stand in place at home or gather together in ceremonies. We're going to have one here in Palatka on the steps of the First Presbyterian Church, and September 17th, gathering at 3:30 with ringing the bells at 4. So we invite all of you to come and to participate in that if you would like.
Okay.
And Julie has a sign.
We'd like to present this sign to the city to place at a prominent place where people will see that Constitution Week is being celebrated. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And we will accept it graciously. And again, thank you for all the work that you do. And it works. And I often remind everyone when they come in, 31 short years ago, I had an opportunity to be a scholarship recipient from this chapter with the DAR scholarship. And so again, we thank the daughters for all that you do. And we're looking forward to Constitution Week. So again, let's give them a round of applause. Next up, Recovery Month. Nehemiah Project, September 2021.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas mental health and substance abuse use disorders affect all communities nationwide with commitment and support. Those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. And whereas the focus of National Recovery Month this September is to celebrate all people that make the journey of recovery possible by embracing the 2021 theme, recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. And whereas Recovery Month spreads the message that people can and do recover every day. And whereas the impact of mental health and substance abuse disorders is apparent in our local community, through Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders. And whereas Recovery Month encourages people in need of recovery services to seek help in managing the effect of mental health and substance abuse disorders to achieve healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas Recovery Month observance works to improve the lives of those affected by mental health and substance abuse disorders by raising awareness and educating our community about the effective services that are available. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 in the City of Palatka as National Recovery Month, and call upon our community to observe this month with compelling programs and events that support this year's observance, the 32nd anniversary of Recovery Month. And witness whereof I have hereunto caused my hand to be affixed in the seal of Palatka this 9th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. In a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause for Recovery Month. Okay, who's gonna take the podium for me? Bombed again. So if you can, will you introduce everybody that's with you today?
Okay, so my name is Jeremy Ray. It's my wife, Melissa Ray. I have Pastor Darren Taylor, my cousin, Josh Gross. My wife.
Hi, everyone. On behalf of Nehemiah Project and every person that's in recovery in our great community of Putnam County, I want to thank you for raising this awareness and helping us to remove the stigma associated with substance use disorder, which then enables people to feel more comfortable reaching out for help. And in doing this, this is our actual fourth annual Embrace the Crisis rally. This is an event that we started to help raise awareness to the crisis that we're facing here in Putnam County. And so the Recovery Month event is a national theme that we have, that recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. And we're learning more and more that it's all about community involvement when recovery takes place. Crisis intervention is great. Treatment is great. But the life that is lived afterwards every day for the rest of the individual's life is where recovery really takes place, and the community support really enables that to take action. And so September 18th from 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Life Church here in Palatka, we're going to have our fourth annual event. And we're just going to help raise awareness. We're going to have professionals in our community come and share what they're doing. And I really do see this moving forward. This is recovery is happening here, and we're very excited about it. It's no longer just a thought. It's no longer, it's actually happening. It's taking action. And so we're grateful for that.
Thank you guys for all that you do in this community, for making sure that you stay mission driven and that you put people first. And so we appreciate that. Our thoughts and prayers go out to you and your family at this time as well. And we just appreciate everything that you do in this community. And these are the purposes that we continue to want to support as a city and as a community, because it only takes a second for one of us to be standing in the same seat. And I think that it's the point that we forget it, that we find ourselves needing the help the most. And so again, thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next up is the Occupation of Palatka Civil War event, September 25th, 2021. Robert Maltson.
Okay,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. When I spoke to you about this a couple of years ago, I was in my civvies, but I thought I'd spice things up a little bit by appearing in character this time. This is a Union Navy seaman's outfit.
I thought that was your normal dress.
So yeah, I want to give you just a quick preview of this year's Occupation of Palatka event. I'm the main coordinator, mainly with the reenactors, get the event set up. Your special events committee has allowed us to try again this year with lots of safeguards in place, largely going to be outside. Thank you. Yeah, so we're actually duplicating a little slice of history here in Palatka and Putnam County. The year is 1864, and it was after the Union defeat at the Battle of Olustee that the Union Army retreated back to Jacksonville. Then they were afraid that that big Confederate army was going to go on the offensive, so they reinforced their position in Jacksonville and sent reinforcements to Fernandina and St. Augustine, and they sent Barton's New York Brigade down here to Palatka to occupy the town. Next slide. So this event is what we call a living history. It's not per se a reenactment. We're not reenacting any kind of a battle. I think it's really unique among the Civil War events in Florida because we're not about a battlefield or a fort or a battle. It's about this town and what happened, the Union force moving in. So this living history event began in 2011 with some local folks and the Putnam County Historical Society, along with help from your folks. We hold it at the Bronson Mulholland House, which was kind of the centerpiece of the occupation. Colonel Barton and his staff took up residence there in the house, and the soldiers camped in the area around. Not counting last year, this would be our 10th year of this event. Next slide. So we feature a variety of military units, mainly Union, since it was a Union event, but we do have Keith Cole, who talks a little bit about Confederate activity in the area. We emphasize both Army and Navy, go Navy, because there were the Union gunboats on the St. Johns River, and they often worked closely with the Army in this Northeast Florida area. Next slide. And then civilians, because in a sense, the town is the centerpiece, the civilian experience is a real big part of our living history event, not just the military and the weapons and the battle and all that kind of stuff. So we have a number of groups that specialize in civilian portrayals, and we'll have a lot of them back this year. Next slide. Okay, it's a 2-day event, Friday, September 24th and Saturday, September 25th. Friday is usually our school day, and I'm still working with the school system. They are hoping to send us some fourth graders. This is kind of the fourth grade field trip in Putnam County. As you know, they're having transportation and bus issues, so they might only be able to send us some of the students from the in-town schools, not Melrose or Oakville or anything like that, but we'll take them. And then, of course, also the charter and homeschool groups. The last 2 years we had the event, 2018 and 2019, we had over 600 students come through. So very educational event. And then Saturday is kind of our general open to the public day where folks can come very relaxed. So lots of time to talk to the reenactors, the living historians. This year, we're going to do something that we did with the Putnam County Historical Society at their July meeting. Some of us, mainly folks with the Historic Impressionists of Florida and St. Augustine, are going to portray some actual individuals who are in the area. The Sanchez sisters, former Governor Mosley, who lived outside of town, and then myself and Connie Sowers are going to reenact the exchange between Mary Boyd and a Union gunboat commander who was going to shell the town, and she talked him out of it. So we'll be doing that on the hour, the different groups kind of going through. And then at 2 p.m. that day, it's kind of not connected with the event, but they wanted to make it the same day. The Historic Impressionists of Florida are doing a ladies' tea at St. Mark's Church, hosting that. Next slide. Okay. So September 24th and 25th, 2 weeks from tomorrow, is our event. It is the 157th anniversary of the actual historical event. And again, the 10th year of this living history, this reportrayal of the event. And I think last slide. Just want to say thanks. A big player here that supports me a lot is the Historical Society. Your staff is always very helpful, and the Van Rensburgs have always been big supporters of our event. And so with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing that, thank you again for the great job that you do with the occupation and for the work that you do on this program, especially with our young people.
Yeah.
So again, let's give them a round of
Maybe see some of
applause.
y'all out.
Yes, sir.
Since we still have COVID going, as people use the podium or mic, I think we ought to maybe get that sanitized each use, maybe. So, well, yeah. Yeah, we just need.
Car wipes at the podium.
Yeah,
Mayor
we just
Hill.
need to every time. No, just spray the phone, spray that microphone. Oh, it did? Oh.
Can you reach it?
She just accounted for that.
It's amazing how sanitation always causes somebody to start coughing. Usually me. Great job there, Ms. Shank. Next up, Northeast Florida COVID-19 Economic Recovery Plan. Northeast Florida Regional Council. How you doing, sir?
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
And these proclamations are a tough act to follow. I'm going to bore you a little bit, so I apologize in advance. So good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Sean Wahab, and I serve as the Resiliency Coordinator for the Northeast Florida Regional Council. And so in conjunction with the workshop that was recently facilitated this day, the focus of my presentation is on the Northeast Florida COVID-19 Economic Recovery Plan that was developed by the Regional Council. Additionally, this presentation will also address specific components of the American Rescue Plan Act as you all begin to have those discussions. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them at the end. If we can go to the next slide, please. So on an introductory note, the Northeast Florida Regional Council is one of 10 regional planning councils in the state of Florida. The Northeast Florida region serves 7 counties and 25 municipalities. The city of Palatka and Putnam County are both member governments of the Regional Council with representation. The Regional Council also has diverse program areas ranging from planning and public policy to emergency preparedness, healthcare preparedness, economic development, and what I'm here to talk about, the issue of resilience. And so if we go forward to the next slide, so traditionally in Florida over the past decade, resilience has referred to flooding issues and other challenges related to sea level rise and climate change. But in the context of this presentation, I'm referring to economic resilience. And so this is something that we've been considering over the past year and a half with the COVID-19 pandemic. And so when I utilize the term economic resilience, really referring to the abilities of local communities and economies to bounce back to normal after losing function. And so obviously this entire country lost function during the pandemic. And so we're trying to craft an economic recovery strategy moving forward. And according to best practices from all across the country and what we've identified at the Regional Council, equity really is an important driving factor of all of these discussions because of the impacts that marginalized populations experience. Moving forward into the next slide. So going back all the way to the beginning of the pandemic, the Regional Council shifted its resources to respond to economic impacts on the ground. One of the first products that we produced was a small business resource guide that provided small business owners with real-time information about grant funding and emergency assistance that was available. And so this was a critical document that really gave us a better understanding of what was going on. Additionally, some of you might have heard about REMI economic forecasting software. It's traditionally used for economic development and projects. We utilized REMI to monitor economic impacts across different industries and sectors during the pandemic and produced 3 separate studies. Some of the data in there might be useful as you start writing grant applications or making ARPA decisions, because it'll show you specific impacts that were incurred across specific industries. Moving forward into the next slide. And so this is really what I'm here to talk about. And I apologize, I don't know why this the screen is not working, or this slide. So going back to August 2020, about a year ago, the Regional Council received a federal grant through the CARES Act at the national level. And so this grant was awarded through the Economic Development Administration and was charged us with responding to economic impacts caused by the pandemic. We utilized this money to establish a 20-member policy body called the Economic Resilience Task Force with representation of leaders from all across the 7-county region. For Putnam County and Palatka, we had Commissioner Rawls from the Putnam BOCC serve as a task force member. And then Mr. Jonathan Griffith from the city of Palatka was a member of the task force and continues to serve on our body. And so moving forward, at the beginning of the work of the task force, Regional Council staff produced a 100-page briefing guide that provides detailed data and information about pre- and post-pandemic impacts. So if we go to the next slide, there are specific chapters in this document related to Putnam County. Again, this might be useful information. I know that broadband was a topic area that was discussed earlier. Part of this document outlines broadband gaps across Northeast Florida in a GIS format. So there might be some useful data in there. And so moving forward into the remainder of this presentation, what I'm here really to talk about is the Northeast Florida Recovery Plan. And so each of you have a copy in front of you. It's a 40-page succinct document. And so the purpose of this plan is to articulate a unified and clear vision for Northeast Florida in determining what might be assistance or what might be helpful to local governments as you begin to have these ARPA spending decisions. There are 3 priority areas in here. infrastructure, support and relief for small businesses, and equity. And I'm going to touch on those in a second. On the next slide, these two pictures highlight that more than 24 organizations from across Northeast Florida participated in this process. We had a really amazing support system in place for conducting this work. And here are all of the members of the task force who participated in this process. And so very briefly, in looking at what you all talked about between 4 to 5 today, just want to touch on a few components of the recovery plan as it relates to needs and priorities in Palatka. So if we go to the next slide, we can skip this one. So in terms of infrastructure priorities, some of the main concerns that were identified by the task force relate to broadband, modernizing rural infrastructure, creating best-in-class infrastructure investment, and also addressing legacy infrastructure challenges, especially in places like Jacksonville. Now, in terms of broadband, something that I thought was really interesting and you all might be interested in is a pilot program that the TPO conducted in the East Side neighborhood of Jacksonville. And so they, through a public-private partnership, built a Wi-Fi system to provide public Wi-Fi access for free across a 9-mile radius. And so this might be something of interest to Palatka, especially in your downtown area. With the $5 million that you're about to receive, you might not be able to address all of the city's concerns, but in the downtown area, that might be one solution on the table. Moving forward into support and relief for small businesses, the task force recognized that there's a lot of assistance providers all across Northeast Florida, but they're heavily concentrated in places like Jacksonville. And so one example, Dr. Carlton Robinson from the Jacksonville Chamber of Commerce, he gave a presentation to the task force that talked about the entrepreneurship program that the Jax Chamber has. And so every year they build a cohort of aspiring business owners or people trying to get their businesses off the ground, and they help them with mentoring, coaching, et cetera. And so those services are available to individuals or business owners in Palatka and Putnam County, and we hope to connect some of those dots through partnerships. Additionally, we identified a lot of best practices such as online crowdsourcing. So if a business wants to get off the ground here in Palatka, there are mechanisms such as GoFundMe and other online websites to raise venture capital through community support. And finally, on the last priority area of equity, some of the issues that, one more slide back, please. Thank you. Some of the issue areas that were looked at included mental health and substance abuse, and most importantly, affordable housing in terms of what's really been a priority across Northeast Florida. And so I recognized during your workshop that affordable housing came up. The Florida Housing Coalition addressed the task force last month and provided a very comprehensive presentation on opportunities to address affordable housing within the American Rescue Plan Act. I'm going to forward that presentation to you after this evening, but we're more than interested in having the Florida Housing Coalition address you all if you were interested. So I think that would be valuable.
Definitely.
All right, and so there's a few more components before I close out this presentation, but most of this you already reviewed earlier today. So if we go to the next slide. So it was mentioned, there's a lot of resources out there and a lot of guidance. It's kind of difficult to figure out what's most useful. It's kind of information overload right now. But the Institute of County Government for Florida released an American Rescue Plan Resource Center. This has been our go-to guidance and resource for understanding ARPA. So on the next page or next slide, you all obviously know what you're about to receive, over $5 million. Northeast Florida, as a 7-county region, is anticipated to receive more than $500 million. And so this really signifies the importance of taking a regional approach to understanding these issues and what's important to local communities. This is also a once-in-a-generation opportunity to utilize federal spending to advance local priorities. So I'm very impressed by how the city of Palatka has been proactive in having these discussions. And so just a few more slides. You already went over this, so I don't need to address that. And so one of the other things that you mentioned earlier, what is everyone else doing? What's going on in other communities? So Flagler County was alluded to. I know that St. Johns County also recently released a survey for residents and business owners to respond to. Something we're encouraging municipalities and counties to look at is the Nassau County Prosperity Plan. And so how Nassau County is explaining it, the CARES Act was really focused on real-time economic stabilization.
With ARPA, on the other hand, recognizing that it has to be obligated by 2024, spent by 2026, this is more of a long-term opportunity. Nassau County is looking at this as a way to build prosperity moving into the future, see a long-term return on investment and put people first in their decisions. And so this is a really inspirational document, a best practice, if you'll say. And I encourage you to check this out. We'll provide a link as well after this presentation. And so there's 2 more slides, and then we'll open it up for questions. Beyond the local government allocations that are coming your way and all across Northeast Florida, the Economic Development Administration, Department of Commerce, announced $3 billion in additional ARPA funding opportunities that they will be administering. These are focused on economic development, travel, tourism, outdoor recreation. I know that that's been a priority in Palatka in recent years. And so we have an economic development manager at the regional council who can assist staff with identifying opportunities, connecting with our federal liaison, and seeing what types of projects you might be able to get funded through this $3 billion pot of money. So I have one more slide and then we'll be done. Oop. So where I'd like to leave this, we're encouraging local governments, including the city of Palatka, to consider the recovery plan that's in front of you as you all begin to start having these discussions. There's a lot of useful ideas in here, not only from Northeast Florida, but other parts of the country on case studies. Additionally, if you need assistance as a member government, we can provide you with data and resources to assist you with all of your technical needs. Finally, the Regional Council is the designated economic development district for Northeast Florida. It's recognized by the federal government. And so we have direct access to federal channels such as the Economic Development Administration, where we can assist you with identifying eligible projects and focus areas. So with that being said, thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to address you tonight. In addition to my more broad role, I'm the assigned county person or the assigned staff person for Putnam County. So I'm here almost twice a month and it's an honor to be here.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commissioners, staff, or anyone?
How are these water directors appointed? Who appoint people to your board?
So to the board or the task force?
Or both?
Okay, so the Regional Council Board of Directors is comprised of 2/3 elected officials from counties and municipalities. I'm not entirely certain on how that selection process works, but I do believe that we've had representation from City of Palatka in the past.
We still do.
Okay, are you on the board right now?
So I I passed my spot on to Mr. Holmes.
Okay, and I do remember your appointment and good to see you on the board as well. In terms of the task force, we didn't really have a framework in place for determining how best to approach that, but we utilize some of our existing bodies, such as the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy and a few other groups that we already had in place to identify members. But our priority was having representation from every county and having diverse perspectives. And so Jonathan Griffith really added a lot of value to our process. I hope that answers your question.
You did. I just
Any other questions? I definitely appreciate it. Do you have a card?
Yes, and I can provide that to you.
And so we definitely appreciate the presentation. I think there are a lot of things in there that will be helpful as we move forward. And then I guess, are you gonna, and I guess we'll reach out to you in the coming days to really talk about from a more detail oriented position as to how we can move forward with the plan that we discussed earlier, as well as what other opportunities exist with EDA and other agencies who have funding in place for under the ARPA.
Can you get one to Sonny so we can get?
Yeah, absolutely. Once I'm done with here, I'll pass those along.
So.
Yeah, we can absolutely follow up. And just want to mention as well that the Regional Council is supporting the city of Palatka in a competitive Florida grant right now that was recently awarded. So in the coming months, we're going to be working on a visioning process with you all, and we're looking forward to that. So there might be some good synergy right now.
Right. And so we've talked extensively about the strategic planning process and what we can do with that grant as we move forward and really being able to provide a blueprint and direction in the future. So we definitely appreciate everything and the partnership with Regional Council.
All right. Thank you for having me, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion anyone here who wishes to speak during public comment, there are yellow speakers cards in the corner that you can fill out for your public comment. You can also dial 386-329-0100 extension 0 if you have any further comment. So at this time, we'll open the floor for public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment.
I'd like to make a correction on the amended public comment, but not a public comment. It's just amended on the minutes that we have here reflected.
What
On the meeting that we voted on this August 26th meeting?
for attendance?
Yeah,
We've already made the notation. I did it when you said it the first time.
okay,
So we already notated what the attendance was and they got it corrected.
okay, appreciate it.
Okay,
Thanks, sir.
gotcha. I read your mind once you said it.
That make me feel good, I tell you.
Moving on to number 5 on our agenda, the consent agenda. We got items A through I on the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda that you wish to have removed at this time?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve the.
Speak up, forever hold your peace.
We're on number 5. We're on 5. We're on 5.
Yeah.
You have we're on the consent agenda, item number 5. Is there anything you wish to have removed?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Bourne. There's a second by Commissioner Campbell. Is there any further discussion?
Question.
Questions called? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on, item number 6 is the agenda, discussion and direction of replacement of roof and sprinkler system at the North Side Neighborhood Facility Center, formerly Robert H. Jenkins Gymnasium.
Mayor.
Mr. Cutright and Mr. Holmes, who's doing this? Mr. Holmes, you want to take it? He looked reluctant.
Well, with Mr. Cutright's input, it's in the process of us looking at the Jenkins Gym, and I'm probably not calling it by the correct name at this point, but what will be the Central Academy Neighborhood Facility Center, if that's the name to be given to it. We've noted a number of issues. The most immediate one has to do with a pretty significant leak that had opened up. In the course of looking at that leak, had occasion to re-examine the overall condition of the roof. And the bottom line is that we had to patch the leak because it was causing additional damage to the interior of the structure and making the structure less usable than it otherwise was. That's at a cost of about $5,000 roughly, a little between 4 and 5. We anticipate that replacing the roof is going to be in excess of $80,000. We can't give you a specific amount because obviously that would have to be the subject of an RFP. But the roof is going to need attention, as will the issue of air conditioners, several of which are located on the roof. And I think Mr. Cutright has had those evaluated, and apparently it appears that we're in a position to either try to replace 6 air conditioning units, piece some units together, or go with 4 new units that would be more energy saving, and in the long run reduce our electrical bills and consumptions at the facility. That's not all the air conditioners there, but these would be the air conditioners that service the gym itself. We think that's cost is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000, round figures. And then we've got the sprinkler system, which we don't have a firm number on, but again, the numbers that I've seen have centered somewhere in the $100,000 range. They may be a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. But the direction that we're seeking is this. We can try to piecemeal and perform the roof patch that we've just authorized. But if it's our desire to put this center in operation in as full a function as we can, as quickly as we can, it's our suggestion that we go ahead and try to address the issues in an overall fashion so that as we get tenants in there and as we try to use the facility, we don't have repeated interruptions. We don't have problems with leakage or problems with lack of HVAC, and of course, the sprinkler system is going to be a code requirement that we don't have a lot of choice about. So I guess what we're asking for is direction from the commission. We can simply patch the roof, see how long the remainder of the roof lasts, and try to do what we can to move forward. We will probably be required to do something with the air conditioning units. We may have a less expensive option than the replacement, but if we do, that less expensive option is going to involve trying to salvage some of the old air conditioning units, as I understand it, and make good units out of them. And when you do that, you're probably going to have repeated breakdowns and interruptions in service. And then, of course, the sprinkler system, if we're going to use it for the multi-purposes that y'all have indicated, that's something that's going to have to be put in sooner rather than later. So I guess because of the amount of money we're talking about, we just wanted to come to the commission and ask for your direction. Are you okay with us moving forward to try to fix these items in a fashion so that it's a more permanent fix? Or do you want to try to, ration the money, the expenditures in a fashion so that we don't spend as much money up front? But there's a trade-off both ways. And so we're looking for guidance.
I'll let the commission start this up before I say anything.
The first thing I would like to ask, what's our financial standpoint on this? I mean, definitely we want to do what's best. So initiation of this at the start of this, so we don't have to come back and keep revisiting it. But my question would be, what's our financial standpoint?
We set $190,000 aside from this budget year for this project already. So what he's talking about, what Mr. Holmes just talked about, we've already set the money aside. So as it relates to that, just from this fiscal year, that's not counting any plans for the rest of the time.
Okay, so if we're financially stable to do it, I mean, I don't think that would be a question of what we need to do, but what's best for us to do to go ahead if we can move forward with it.
Ms. Shank, you want to add anything to that? And then we'll go to the next commissioner.
Yeah, as far as what has been spent currently this fiscal year, we can give you an exact figure on that because there are some purchase orders and end of year expenses coming through. On October 1st, there is $190,000 budgeted in capital, and that was to attribute an estimated $90,000 for the roof and $100,000 for a sprinkler system. So our capital that we had budgeted for next year does not include the ACs.
We weren't aware of the
But
AC
correct.
until they broke. And then when they broke and they were evaluated, and Eddie can answer questions, Mr. Carter, I can answer questions if you'd like, but I think I summarized what he told me today.
Perfect. Any other questions? Commissioner Jones?
I agree with Commissioner McCaskill. That building is ours now, and we should go ahead and take care of it, especially the roof. So when we get tenants in there, they can pay fair market rents, and we won't have that issue going on. As far as the gymnasium and the air conditioner, that's one component that is not going to be utilized as an office. So I think that if we have the money, let's go ahead and get it done. But I was in there with you, so I know it's hot in the gym. But my thing is, as far as priority, getting it up where we could actually have tenants in there is a major priority over the gymnasium right now, because you could actually utilize the gym in the winter months without air conditioner. We're real tough, men and women can. But
yeah, that was when we were 15.
Yeah, it works, but I understand in the future,
Actually, since the camp this summer, the 4 units that was working went out. So we had Arctic Air there this morning or yesterday morning. So that's the reason why
we're talking about the AC units now. When we was originally starting this, the AC was fine, but over the last couple of months since all that, the AC unit has went out.
But that's just in the gymnasium, right?
The surrounding AC units in the offices and the community service rooms are working fine.
And in addition to that, maybe with the ARPA funds, we could find some creative ways to get funding over there due to the fact when we start talking about programs that we're going to put in there, is going to deal with children, underprivileged or at-risk kids, that should qualify under that umbrella. I'm quite sure that we could do that because like Mary Hill said, I have reached out to other comrades and they've done something similar in the neighborhoods. So I say, let's do the roof and then let's see what we can do about those air conditioners. But since we got the money budgeted, I'm all for putting it all in and
We got roof and sprinkler.
We got 190. So what?
Well, for the sprinkler, well, we got the priority is going to be the roof and the sprinkler, and maybe the air conditioner.
Well, to add to that, the $50 was to replace most, $50,000 was to replace most all of them, make them new. The Arctic Air gave us several options. We could, like Mr. Holmes said, we could piecemeal with all the parts and make 4 functional ones, or we can get 4 bigger units and take away the 6 and actually operate.
The units are old. What you tell me, 1998 units. So when you start piecemealing, all you're doing is, in my honest
putting
opinion,
a bandage on a festering sore.
Oh yeah, I can understand that.
And we could get away with the 6. We can do away with 6 and then we can function with 4. On the long term, it's going to save us more money. On the front end, it might cost us a couple more dollars, but the bigger units and the more efficient units will save us down the line.
Depending on how much money we have left in this fiscal year, we could roll it forward to help pay for that. Because we did have a budget this fiscal year that we kind of put in place with guesstimates. So depending on where we're at, we can bring that figure to you.
so I don't know where Jonathan is, but he's sending me texts from a field. And if you don't mind, he said that he believes USDA would fund or might fund the improvements under a community facilities grant. And we could also seek additional hardening funding from DEO that might help pay for the sprinkler. So there he is.
Any other comments from the commission?
I mean, I'll just go ahead and say there's no sense in piecemealing it. If you're gonna do the repairs, some things are like the sprinkler system and everything else it's important. And you got ACs from 1990. So just go ahead and make it right one time. We have other funds that we could tap into with maybe even some of the ARPA stuff. So it meets a lot of those criteria. So just do it once, do it right the first time.
I'm in total agreement as well with making it right now. It may cost us up front, but it's definitely going to be beneficial to us in the long run. We want to get that facility back to use as quickly as possible. So I don't want to piecemeal because when you piecemeal, you essentially work yourself out of more money in the long run. So I definitely would like for us to get it up and running as quick as possible, the best way as possible, and that's not by piecemealing it.
For the record, I didn't say piecemeal it now. I said until we tackle that head on. So
my statement is not to piecemeal it. I'm not referring to your statement.
No. I just wanted to be
That was my statement.
Quote it right.
My
Nick.
statement is not to piecemeal.
No, it's not directly.
in any way, shape, or form. That's my statement.
Nick, Will Jones is for taking care of the building, getting it right now. Okay, thank you.
Just so you know, he wasn't gonna write about this. I guess in closing on the comments, I think when we look at this building as a whole, the reality is we anticipated some expenses. Our real number, probably look at this thing initially, was we knew we were gonna be somewhere around $250,000 as it related to everything to get it up to snuff. We knew at some point air conditioners would be addressed. We thought there'd be a phased approach to getting there. The reality of it is this: the gym has to be done. We've already set some resources aside. We know that ARPA funds are going to allow us to have some budgetary improvements over time. And also, in a perfect world, if we're able to get the rest of the school and use it for the facility needs that we have, There's going to be some debt service that comes with that, which will allow us to do further improvements and get the entire facility to where it needs to be. So from a financial standpoint, the prospects of the whole Jenkins campus creates a great opportunity for us from a financial side. I think it puts us in a better position to serve the community and everything else. So it makes all the sense in the world to do just what you guys are saying, which is go ahead and spend the money now. That facility by itself. At the end of the day, you think about it, it's a $5.5 million facility at its lowest point. And if we got to spend a few $100,000 to get a $5.5 million facility up to today's standards, it's worth it for us to do it. Because at the end of the day, it's going to serve more people than any facility that we have in this community right now.
I also would like to add, council, they have a gymnasium floor that I walked on with the tour of Mr. Cutright that needs attention as well. So when we're talking about going in and just have a one-shot deal, I think we need to address that as well. And I think you have something that works already.
Yes.
I don't know if you have to bring that back to us or not.
It was allocated in the budget when we first started this. We have money set aside for the flooring, the petitions in the multipurpose room to kind of get that done. Those repairs and renovations is already into this year budget that we will set aside. The major thing came up when we had the roof, and then we also had AC units.
So we appreciate that. I mean, I think we all agree that, you know what they say about a restaurant, its first week determines what happens to it. Make a good first impression. People, same approach we look at from Jenkins. If we can get it in there and get it right, then we think that it'll help with the success of it. So we'll move forward on that basis then.
Thank you.
We'll do the RFP on the roof and go from there.
Okay.
Like the mayor said, we're gonna phase approach is one phase.
There you go.
All right, moving on, item number 7 on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Cutright, Mr. Holmes. Public hearings. Item 7A is our first hearing for trim calendar fiscal year 2021. Welcome all the way up to the front. Pass it over to Ms. Shank. Fiscal year 2021 trim calendar, proposed budget and millage rate for 2021 for a budget year 6.4 mils.
Are you skipping my script?
Excuse me?
Are you skipping the script?
I'm not skipping it. I was getting ready to go to it.
Okay.
Turn our microphone off again, please.
The City of Palatka Commissioners convened the public hearing on the City of Palatka's fiscal year 2021-22 proposed millage rates and tentative budget as required by Florida statutes 129 and 200, and as advertised in the truth in millage notices. If anyone in our audience is here for the purposes of contesting their assessment, a petition for adjustment with the Value Adjustment Board should be filed by 5 p.m. Tuesday, September 14th, 2020, as stated in the trim notices, sent first via first-class mail by the city's property appraiser to every taxpayer on the property value assessment roll, county's property appraiser. For those in attendance this evening wishing to address the commission, citizens' comments will be taken following the overview of the tentative budget by the finance director. The finance director, Lawrence Shanks, will now present an explanation of the proposed and rollback millage rates.
Mayor and commissioners, this evening, we will take a number of actions related to the adoption of the proposed millage rates and budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. Tonight's hearing is the first of 2 public hearings required to be held per Florida statutes prior to the adoption of the final millage rate and budget by the taxing authority. As such, this is not the final budget hearing, and final adoption of the millage rates and budgets will not be considered tonight. At the conclusion of this hearing, a specific date, time, and place of the second public hearing for adoption of the final millage rates and budget will be established. Florida statutes require the name of the taxing authority, the millage rate to be levied, the rollback rate, and the percentage change over rollback rate be publicly announced. In addition, we also have to report as to why the proposed millage rates differ from the rolled back millage rates. Rolled back millage rate is defined as the millage rate, which exclusive of new construction, additions to structures, deletions, and property added due to geographic boundary changes will provide the same ad valorem tax revenue for each taxing authority as was levied during the prior year. The trim process requires that a notice of tax increase be advertised when the current year proposed aggregate millage rate exceeds the calculated aggregate rolled back millage rate. The aggregate rolled back millage rate is calculated by dividing the prior year adjusted property tax revenue by the current year taxable property value and then multiplied by 1,000. The current year taxable value does not include new construction or tax increment, also known as CRA values. For the fiscal year 2022 budget, the aggregate proposed operating millage for the city of Palatka is 6.4000 mils, which is 17.74% greater than the rolled back rate of 5.4356 mils. The increase in property tax revenue is due to maintaining the current millage rates, and it's essential to fund the appropriations needed to operate the general citywide budget. Mayor and commissioners, the total city tentative budget for fiscal year 2021-22 is $57,247,873. I'm happy to answer any of your questions pertaining to any changes or the budget before you at this time.
Are there any questions from the members of the commission? Seeing none, we're now open the floor for public comment and public hearing as it relates to our fiscal year 2021 proposed millage rate and tentative budget. I'd now like to invite citizens to comment on the fiscal year 2021-22 proposed millage rate and tentative budget. Please come forward to the podium. If you wish to address the commission, fill out a yellow speaker's card, and they can be found in the back of the room in the corner. Is there anyone here for public comment at this time? Is there any callers on the line at this time? Hearing no callers on the line. We'll now close the floor. I take that as no. There will now close public comment.
Mayor and commissioners, the budget document before you, which is the FY22 tentative budget, includes the changes that were described earlier. Any additional adjustments to this budget can be made by motion at this time.
I'll now entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there any further comment on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And
Go ahead.
for the record, that was for resolution number 2021-R-120, which is the tentative millage rate.
Correct. Moving on to item B.
I'm sorry. Item B is adoption of the resolution establishing the proposed city of Palatka millage rate. Mayor and commissioners, Florida statutes require the board to adopt proposed millage rates prior to adopting the related budget. As such, before you is resolution number 2021-R-120, a resolution to adopt the tentative millage rates for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 200 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts and severability and providing for an effective date. This resolution includes the total general fund millage rate for fiscal year 22, which is 6.4000 mils, which is unchanged from fiscal year 21.
I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. That's the resolution number 2021-R-120, adopting tentative millage rate for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. I'll open the floor for public hearing. Seeing no one here for public hearing, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission?
Question.
Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to adoption resolution adopting fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget.
Mayor and Commissioners, subsequent to the commission adopting the FY 22 proposed millage rates is to adopt the corresponding FY 22 tentative budget. Before you is resolution number 2021-R-121, which is a resolution to adopt the tentative budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022 pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 200 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts and severability and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor and a second. We're now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Can use 386-329-0100 extension 0, or you can fill out a yellow speaker's card. Seeing no one here, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item D, establishing and publicly announcing the date, time, and place for the second public hearing to consider the final adoption of the millage rates and budget.
Mayor and Commissioners, the final action requested from the commission this evening is to establish and publicly announce the date, time, and location of the final public hearing to consider adopting the final millage rates and budget as amended. This meeting must be held within 20 days following the conclusion of tonight's public hearing, properly advertised and held after 5 p.m. Staff recommends that the second and final public hearing be scheduled for Thursday, September 23rd, 2021 at 6 p.m. in the same location, the Commissioners' Chambers.
I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Some motion on the floor in a second. Open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Mayor and Commission, the budget-related business for this evening's public hearing is complete. Thank you.
This concludes our first trim public hearing.
Thank you.
It wasn't, it's more detail.
It's she's pretty
So definitely
I like that format.
appreciate it. Great job, Machine.
It's pretty clear.
Next up is item 7B, public hearing. Ordinance request for annexation and rezoning of Putnam County Agricultural AG to City of Palatka residential multifamily R3 on 16.91 acre parcel at 6131 Krill Avenue, just west of Davis Lake Road. Case PB 21-12, the applicant Thomas Morgan, owner L. Wayne Garrett, second reading.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate city limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as 6131 Krill Avenue, east 18 acres of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, ex official records book 875, page 1521, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
So move.
For the second, now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Same rules apply. Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission?
Yes, sir. Mayor and Commission. As I said, it's 16.91 acres located on the west side. The homes in front of Davis Lake Road, Krill Avenue, which is Highway 20. It says it's going to be 144 market rate apartments. And it's 2-story, I believe. My question to you, have we thought about the impact that it would have on our local fire and police services when we're annexing these potential projects like this? Is there an alternative to just have these folks that purchase of land and develop to just have a purchase city water and sewer without being actually fully annexed? Have we explored that? Because when we talk about growth, we want growth in the city, that's still in the county. There's people that's still in the county, but they're gonna be getting the city services, which we do want that revenue. But we could get the revenue without actually annexing them physically in there, putting a strain on our city fire and rescue. And I see some of the public service employees shaking their head. Have we considered that? Because I know I've seen a couple of these come up recently, and this one, because of the number and the density, I wanted to ask that question to the commission. Have we actually considered it?
That's a good point, Commissioner Jones. I think we need to do some more exploring as it relates to the impact on our city's budget, as well as on our city's personnel being able to service those areas. Again, that was a good point in terms of maybe allowing for the water and sewer service to those areas, but maybe not considering them for full annexation, because again, we're gonna have to, police, fire, it's gonna have to be able to service those areas. We need to really look at how we bring things into the city. We're already struggling right now with what we currently have. Everything is kind of chopped up as it relates. And so I think we need to take a stronger look and maybe even think about some impact fees.
Really talking about not bringing something to the payroll that's gonna increase funding that comes into the city. So I just want to make sure that
You're not gonna recoup all the taxes. Based on what they contribute, you're not gonna recoup the taxes if they're annexed into the city for the services that you're providing. And the initial thing is the impact fee. So I think we really need to kind of slow down a little bit and work with our finance to understand what the impact to our city is and the services that we provide. I mean, that's just from my standpoint, so.
Any other comments?
Is that something that could be done, Finance Director? Find out what the financial impact will be if we are getting fees for water and sewer versus the tax base, what it's gonna, how would the tax base increase? What that impact would be versus just providing water and sewer? And what will be the impact for our fire and rescue and our police? I mean, we never get to see that, so I'm just asking. What do you say?
I mean, as far as water and sewer, that's consumption based, so that's something that I can definitely look into. I can let you know what I can provide.
That is something that I would like to see going
Absolutely.
forward. You know, we see this. That is a huge undertaking when you look at that. And then you're looking around it, that's all county. You know, you got that 16 acres right there in the middle of county property off Davis Lake Road, go all the way back to Krill going back to Davis Lake Road. And 144. I know the development, and that's gonna be nice for us. I'm just talking about the totality of the impact. And I think that's something that we should consider, you know.
I can speak to the water and sewer question, sir, and Ms. Walsh may want to speak to the benefit of the density of the development and the impact that has on service. But outside the city rate is, I believe, 1.5 times the inside the city rate. However, the city cannot recoup the franchise fee from the outside the city customers. So all that additional revenue would stay within the water and sewer fund. You would not see that in the general fund.
Okay.
And also the other part of it is we're not talking about a single family home. We're not talking about a series of single family homes. We're talking about a development that's probably going to be in excess of $12 million to the tax rolls for the purposes of what's in place. I think the costs associated with 100-unit development was over 12 million. You're talking 144 units on this project. Looking at applying just 6.4 mils to what we have in place, not counting what comes from fire assessment, which will deal with what we get from fire services based upon the $2.46 per $1,000 of relative value, plus the $130 per lot that's assessed on the property, which was set up so that the services that are received by them would already have that calculation put in place. Not counting the fact that we have a negative deficit as it relates to population within this city based upon the last census count, that we've been stymied as it relates to what we have economically within this community. And we're looking for people to be catalysts to come into the community to provide better housing. We haven't had new housing on a market rate standpoint here since 1985. All of those factors alone by itself said this is the perfect time for us to look at it. If this commission wants to have a conversation about impact fees, it's about time that we have it, but I don't think we have it at the hands of turning away developers at a time when we're finally starting to realize some growth in this community. And to have this conversation right now, to me, is about as shocking as we can get at a point where we don't have any real growth coming right now. We got potential growth, and people are looking at us to see if we're going to make logical decisions as it relates to them coming in and investing millions of dollars into this community. And what we need to do is make sure that we don't put up roadblocks for folks who want to come in and invest in a city that only had about 17 houses built between 2007 and 2018. And I just think that we need to have a real conversation about impact fees, but this ain't the time.
Mr. Mayor, could I speak also? I think there are other ramifications. One, we have a policy that right now you'd have to change. And our policy is if you're contiguous and you want water and sewer, then you annex to get it. You could change that policy, but you're basically throwing up policy decisions that are against growth in the city. If you did that, this is 144 units. The estimate I was given of the cost of construction per unit was somewhere in the neighborhood of $140,000 per unit on a complex of this nature. Do the math, you're probably closer to a $20 million project. When you look at the ad valorem tax effect of that together with the fire assessment fees the mayor mentioned, I don't know where the break-even point on services is. And I totally agree with the mayor that it's probably time for us to look at the impact fee scenario, but you're going to have to do that prospectively and not in the context of this particular unit. And you also have then the ripple effect of other landowners, because we've also been advised that there's contiguous property to the west that may be looking at coming in of a commercial nature, but it would get its continuity or contiguous. It would get its continuity from this land mass. So this is yeah.
So I can appreciate both of you guys and your compassion. But what I said was, I asked a question for that information. And if I don't have the information, guess what? Those decisions have been made and been pushed. We're on the board, so we should know. Just like the impact you just gave me. That's good information to know. So, Mayor, you may be privy to that information.
I'm not privy. I just understand.
No, I don't want. Can I talk?
Hold on a second.
No, can I talk?
Hold on a second.
Because the thing is,
hold on. You asked me a question.
No, I didn't
and
ask you a
told-
question.
You
I
said,
made a
Mayor, you
statement.
may know. I said, I don't know. I didn't know. I just know what the impacts are.
Okay, that's great, man. That's what I just said. You may know what the impacts are, but if the rest of us are sitting, well, I can say me, and I asked the question, I'm asking it sincerely so that I would know. So sometimes, man, when we're up here, you start thinking as we're contractors or these are our areas of expertise. And it's not. I can say for me, it's not mine. So I'm just like a citizen that's sitting out there that wants to know. One thing I do know is we were just talking about our fire department is short. Our police department is short. Our garbage and sanitation department is short. So how are we planning on servicing them if we don't have the people? Yes, we may get more money, but we're already talking about putting money out to try to get employees, and it's still not working. Okay, so those questions are valid questions. Rather, some people understand already and some don't, because I wanted to know. So before I make a decision and vote on it, I want to have all the information. And that's what I was asking you, Ms. Shanks. You're the financial person, so you're the go-to person to give me that. So if we were to have a conversation, city manager, you and I, or whatever, if you bought it out, those are some things we talk about. We talking about responsible growth here in the city. I don't think we talk about desperation growth, but that's what it sounds like.
20 million ain't
So this is 20 million, that sounds good. But again, let's talk about how we're gonna be able to service the folk. And I'm done with that. I don't need to be, I'm done with that. Thank you.
I would like to take.
Can we get that, Ms. Shanks, at all?
Are you finished at this point?
Ms. Shanks, can we get that information?
Commissioner Campbell?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Are we looking for a motion?
No, I'm gonna finish my comments. So, first of all, I think there's a learning curve that comes with everything that we do sitting up here. We've all worked on learning. So part of it is we got to take time out to educate ourselves on some of this stuff that we begin to look at, because we're starting to build this community up. You know, and as we start talking development and some of this other stuff that comes up here, Palatka's in a very different place. I'm tired of the assumption that I get some special information as it relates to some of this stuff. I know the same thing y'all know about this project. Those guys came in here the other day and they sat in the meeting when it was canceled, and I asked questions. And so I didn't get anything special from staff that you didn't get. But I think at the end of the day, we've got an obligation to this community as a whole. Not very long ago, I don't want anybody to be lost on it. We were the only dying city based on all this mess in the state of Florida. We're at a point where people are looking at Palatka and they're looking at opportunity. I wholeheartedly agree that we got to be smart in the way that we grow. But I also don't think we need to put up a bunch of roadblocks as to what's in place. We approved 195 market rate units not so long ago. But the beauty of them developing apartments is they don't go up tomorrow. It takes it's going to probably take a couple of years before this project comes to fruition. If we can't hire staff, if we don't get past all the money flowing from COVID, they just stopped unemployment. So it's a whole bunch of folks who are getting money who are going to start by going to work. The country at some point is going to go back to a normal state. We're going to adjust. And if we got hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in from a project into our budget, it gives us an opportunity to pay what wages are necessary for us to be able to deal with having additional places in place. One of the major things that we had to deal with before was not having any money, not having the processes in place to deal with what additions come with services. Fire assessment allowed us to have a formulation which says this works for us. We've got some problems that we're solving as it relates to employee and staffing, but we can't sit here and assume that in 2 years, we're going to be in that same position. There's various options from privatization or whatever else may be out there, or increasing staffing or doing what's necessary to allow this community to grow. We can't remain stagnant based on fear. What we have to do is continually educate ourselves as a commission on development, because we're going to get more requests coming in. This is the only place left geographically where people have an opportunity to find large land masses and be able to come in. It's going to happen regardless of whether you want it or you don't want it. The question is, will you be prepared when it comes? And that, for us, we've got a great benefit already because we have capacity in water and sewer. We already have a fire department that's set up to patrol an area all the way out to Francis. We've got police that work various areas already. Our police is already in that area. So they're already there. We've got all the pieces to the puzzle in place. Yeah, we got some cleanup to do with the pieces, but it exists. And we just got to believe that the time has come for this community to advance. And I don't want to do anything to put us in a position where folks don't have quality housing options, where folks don't have job options created, and we don't find ourselves increasing revenue within this city. When we get those opportunities, we got to take it. The time is coming to have a real conversation about impact fees. But impact fees alone are not going to be the catalyst to what's going on. Development is going to be critical to the city of Palatka as we begin to move forward. And if you're known for putting roadblocks up for people who are spending large quantities of money, guess what they do? They make U-turns. They leave. We've done that before. And that's what gets us in a position where we're financially constrained because we didn't make it easy for people to spend money. So we are in a great position. This commission has to work together and to move forward. Now we're not going to agree, but I never thought we wouldn't agree about bringing 20 million into the community in ad valorem values. I just don't see where we wouldn't want to bring in 20 million in property values to 16.91 acres. We just got to figure out who we want to be, because if we just want to be this town of 10,000 with a $14 million general fund, we can be that. And then we'll continue to have conversations about what breaks the budget. But if we want to be something better, if we want to provide some of these amenities that our citizens want, if we want people to come in and bring restaurant choices and entertainment choices in different families, and we want to up education and we want to reduce crime, then we got to look at bringing in different stuff. You keep doing what you're doing, you're going to get what you get.
Well, I'm certainly not a person who would like to put up roadblocks. My thing was a question and clarity, my understanding. And so at least that's where I'm at. And I think Commissioner Jones, I don't think he meant to block anything as well. So my thing was question and clarity to understand better, knowing what other cities are doing and making sure that we're just not providing a lot of accommodations to a lot of the builders. A lot of the builders that come in, they'll come in and they will get all of the incentives that, the city would give and at the city's expense. So I want to make sure the taxpayers are not having to fund things that contractors come in and get the incentives and go. So they'll come and build and they go. So my thing is, I'm not trying to block any growth at all, but we need to have responsible growth. And we're gonna have further conversations around how we move forward with our growth. I think that's important. And we just haven't had those conversations. But again, I'm not here to block anything.
And I ditto that. I said I want responsible growth, but those responsibility comes along with knowledge. And you made mention that we do need to educate ourselves, but this is a part of education's. This is part of being educated right here. When we're up here and we ask the questions, and we have a planning director, we have a finance director, and a city manager that should also have this vision that we, as collectively as a board, should be giving directions to. And so while I'm up here, I am going to speak on how I feel. So that is what I meant about the growth, responsible growth, and my responsibility to the citizens of Palatka, just like all of us up here, is just to know what we're doing, know what position we really are in. That money coming in is fine. I wanted to know what would be the same status as far as money-wise. How would it impact us if we only getting the water and the sewer services versus being that we don't get an impact fee for any building right now versus annexing a person. And then Don just said it. Well, right as it speaks right now, they cannot get services without being annexed in. And that's something we need to look into, So
If they're contiguous and eligible for annexation, we do extend service if they're not contiguous pursuant to a pre-annexation agreement that says when they are contiguous, they'll annex in.
Right.
But these people are already contiguous.
Okay.
Just Walsh.
go ahead.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Staff fully supports the vision of the board, and we work hard to do so. One of the things that I also wanted to mention is that this property is contiguous to city limits. It would help fill in a big gap in the city limits. It's called infill development. The other thing that happens that you should be aware of is that if we spend the money to extend water and sewer lines, and Jonathan can speak more to this, I'm sure, it's much less expensive and more beneficial to do so in a more compact area. So the more dense your development is throughout the city, the less expensive it is. Even though you might be serving more people, it's in a smaller area. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's planning, planning stuff.
Yeah, I just really want to see the dollar amounts,
Right.
you know, so, and I appreciate it. You clarifying that as well about the density. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. And just for the record, sometimes we have these packets that's 300 pages long, 400 pages of information. And there's a lot of information that's in there. So we may miss some things. So in the last reading of this annexation proposal, you know, I thought about it as I said, 144 units. So I had to question. At that point, I voted, yeah, let's go ahead and pass the annexation. But as I read it, I had to question. So thus the question come today. So there's nothing about my opinion that really changed other than I said, my question was, as this board, have we started thinking about that? So that is something to think about. And this discussion, I think, was fruitful. And I don't take it personal, it's fruitful. And so we can carry on. Thank you.
Appreciate you letting me do that. So we were to the annexation ordinance. Have you read the caption for the annexation ordinance?
Yes, sir. There was a motion and a second on the floor by Chairman Campbell.
Is there any further discussion? We're not open floor for public hearing again. After hearing all of this, is there any further public hearing on this motion? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion from this commission? Questions called. Roll call vote.
Mayor Tellhill.
I'm last.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Commissioner Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
No.
Commissioner Boren.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner McCaskill.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Hill.
Yes.
The
Item
mo-
2, rezoning ordinance, motion passes.
Ordinance number 2129, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Agricultural to City of Palatka Residential R3 for the following property: 6131 Krill Avenue East, 18 acres of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, example official record state 75, page 1521, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Second.
This motion in the second on the floor. For public hearing, is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Campbell.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Boren.
Yes.
Commissioner McCaskill.
Yes.
Mayor Hill.
Yes, motion passes. Moving on to item C, ordinance 2021-31, amending the comprehensive plan by adding a new property rights element, first reading. Transmittal here.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. An ordinance in the city of Palatka, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan by adding a new property rights element, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Floor in a second. We're now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on, item D, in ordinance 2021-32, amending appendix A fee schedule of the municipal code of the city of Palatka as it pertains to fees and other charges relating to chapter 50 Parks and Recreation, chapter 54 Planning, chapter 66 Solid Waste, chapter 74 Subdivisions, chapter 86 Utilities, chapter 94 Zoning, and chapter 95 Administrative Fees. First reading.
Ordinance number 2132, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, amending Appendix A, the fee schedule of the municipal code of the city of Palatka as it pertains to fees and other charges related to Chapter 50 of the Parks and Recreation Code, Chapter 54 of the Planning Code, Chapter 66, the Solid Waste Code, Chapter 74, the Subdivisions Code, Chapter 86, the Utilities Code, Chapter 94, the Zoning Code, Chapter 95, Administrative Fees Code, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Public hearing, Ms. Kitchens. If there's anyone else here for public hearing, please dial 386-329-0100.
Elizabeth Kitchens, 1027 Southfield Street, Palatka, Florida. I looked at the agenda packet and I didn't see a strike-through copy of this ordinance. So I asked Ms. Shank before the meeting started how much the water and sewer and garbage was going up, and she said it was a straight 6.5%. I thought that was about right, but I think in the future, maybe if you all could say in somewhere in the meeting or in the ordinance or something, the percentage that some of these things are going up. And I don't, 6.5%, I'm not sure exactly how much my utility bill is going to go up. I know that when it goes up to 6.5%, that's the increase in the cost, but then the tax and fees get added on, so it usually comes up to more than that. So I don't know, my water bill is going to be, when I say water, I mean water, gas, I mean water, sewer, all that together. I don't know if it's going to go up $10, $15, $20, or $30. So I just kind of would like some clarification, maybe not tonight because we're kind of pressed for time here and it's been kind of heated so far. But
Not really.
but maybe you know, just some explanation for the public as to the main thing the public's interested in are the utilities. And so I just would like some clarification on that. Roughly how much is my, you know, basic residential bill going to go up for my utilities? And that's all. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here for public hearing? Seeing no one. Close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Any comments?
I have a question. As far as the rate hike for utilities, is that this is a question. Has it been set to go up percentage every year? And that's the 6%?
Staff did a projection, and this is just following suit in the projection that was done.
We adopted.
Explain what the projection is.
Right. We adopted a standard increase a few years ago. We adopted a standard a few years ago, and that's what we've been using, just as opposed to just trying to come in and do a complete market rate adjustment based upon what was in place. Because when we did the analysis, it wasn't there. We went ahead and adopted a percentage on that.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna pass it on to Jonathan. That's something that him and the previous finance director had worked on together.
Yes, commissioners, as an enterprise fund, simply, and you actually have passed this by resolution a couple of different times, most recently when you adopted the fiscal sustainability plan mandated by Florida Department of Environmental Protection, you have to increase your rates to offset the increase in operational expenditures by resolution. We did a projection a couple of years back, what that would equate to over the next 5 years based upon that fiscal sustainability plan. And it was roughly 6.5% every single year. So we're on pace.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Seeing no questions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to city manager and administrator. Before we go to city manager administrative reports, first I'm going to call it the gas authority who's been waiting patiently. Just because it's always a wonderful time just to have you here with us. And one of the things that we're doing is we're in an effort to become more inclusive of the gas authority as we begin to plan and get ready for our strategic planning process. We've talked about getting periodic updates as to some of the things that are going on in place, but I wanted just to make sure that we give you an opportunity, because you were here tonight, just to maybe want to give us a kind of a quick what's going on with the gas authority.
Be happy to. Thank you for having me tonight. Very exciting. Let me start by saying we lost an employee recently. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that at the beginning. Although she wasn't with us very long, she started at the end of June, but had a short illness and passed from COVID. So although we hear about it all over, it kind of hit us at home. And we also, within the last 2 weeks, lost a former employee, a retired employee named Charles Ronnie Fowler, Chuck Fowler's dad. So I don't mean to change the whole tone here, but we've suffered some losses. And I guess part of my update would be to say that we, not too long ago, opened up our office for people to come in and pay their bills. Not a lot of people are taking advantage of that, to be honest with you. Most people are going through the drive-through. I think they got used to that. Frankly, I'm okay with that. But it's there as a convenience for folks to come in. Mr. Mayor, I think you and I talked about that early on in COVID, that might be a good thing to work through the drive-through. It got a little inconvenient for folks that would be out the drive-through at certain times of the month, but we worked through all that. Another part of the COVID that I would want to mention is some of the folks are having trouble paying their bills, gas and water. We had talked about this fund that's coming in. That might be something you might want to consider, that there are some people that are having struggles with COVID and falling behind. We've done I think, a good job of working with those folks. We stopped turnoffs for a long time. We've worked with them to try to get them caught up. We're working with a new organization, or new to us, called Our Florida. Maybe you're familiar. They've done a really good job of paying directly to us and getting a lot of that caught up. So what else would I want to say? Things are going good at the Gas Authority, but we're having our struggles too.
And so one of the things we wanted to do is make sure that as we started having these ARPA conversations, and there is a utility assistance component that goes along with ARPA, that we can definitely start to have greater conversations with as we bring back ideas from the commission, and the commission begins to share. And I think it'll be a wonderful opportunity for the commissioners individually to get a chance to sit and talk to you as well, to see what some of the desires that you have are as we begin to move forward. But there is a utility assistance opportunity that's there. We're delving kind of into what are the specifics and how, would it truly work? So I think sharing those numbers, as it relates to the critical pieces of that, become a strong point as we move forward in this process. But we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Your former attorney serves as the city manager now, so it's always
he's always a guest.
So he just comes for dinner. So
well, again, back to our Florida, I just wanted to really make sure the public knew about that. We do a real good job when people are in trouble of making sure they know about it, but maybe not everybody knows.
Yeah, exactly. So, Mr. Holmes.
And Mayor, Brett has graciously agreed to start attending our meetings, as you stated, in the interest of us being more inclusive of the Gas Authority, and him keeping you informed and you keeping him informed. He'll be attending as most of the other department heads do. And I would like to mention one more thing. For those of you who may not know, once a month we do have a utility billing discussion with staff from the Gas Authority, Jonathan, myself, Ms. Shank, the city attorney, when she tunes in and can hear. And we look at the bills that aren't paid, the accounts that are, among other things, the accounts that are delinquent, and why, and whether or not there's an adjustment that we can make in accord with the policy the city has established. And their staff works very diligently, I believe, to try to, number one, catch excessive leakage or excessive water usage, to try to determine if there's a reason for it, notify the consumer, and then we do adjust monthly. We look at the request for reductions, and if there's been a leak or some sort of anomaly, to take a look at that. So we have been doing that, and they've also been looking at, for a while now, alternative sources of payment. I mean, you mentioned one new player in the game, but you've had others over time that you have sought assistance on behalf of your customers for, correct?
Yeah, Light for the energy side of it, and yeah, I'm drawing a blank for other ones for the water side, but yes, we try to help folks in any way we can. They're struggling. Yes, we
Just-
do.
It's just another example of putting people before projects. So I think it's a good thing to be able to be in the position where we can consider convenience as well as the ability to accommodate during trying times and unforeseen times to be able to make certain things happen. And we just appreciate you being here. And also, I think more than anything else, we want to make sure that you realize from this commission that you're a part of us and that you're welcome. And we are, and we look forward to hearing about the gas authority and the things that you have moving forward. Commission, anything?
Yeah, I got a question. I mean, how long ago did y'all start that review process then? 'Cause-
A long time. I mean,
The meetings,
the utility billing
Right,
discussions.
right.
since I've been here.
Reviewing, yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, I've been contacted by somebody who had a water leak and they said they got a really large bill. Now they actually, they're a renter, but they received the utility bill, but I guess the owner would have to be responsible for the portion that I guess was impacted based on the location of it. But long story short, but if y'all are reviewing those, that's a really good
We
thing.
are, yeah, on a monthly basis, we would sit down and talk about each individual.
We have a regularly scheduled meeting to review any issue that's come up during the preceding month.
Right.
There's an established policy as to what adjustment we can make and how we make it. But we also consider cases that kind of fall outside the box. I mean, do our best.
Yeah, and I've had two
Yeah.
breaks myself. And so when those water lines break and they just constantly run, like from an overnight thing, it really becomes really large and huge. So if we have anything, when you guys review your data on a daily basis, those feeds, you should be able to see, if you feed it into something that graphs, that will give a really good indication. And at one point, I paid both of mine.
Yeah.
The amount of money that is generated with those hours of a break can really impact our community. So I was asking for the data because I'll track it myself.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to see where we're really, I know y'all might be doing doing your reviews, but I really want to see that when people, because I've been contacted by a number of people that I don't know how many make, adjustments or whatever it may be, but we need to kind of at least make sure that we put something in place that we're really tracking those things and making sure that they are being taken care of.
I have an open door policy. Anytime you have a issue that you want me to address.
Because
bring it to
I've
me.
been down there a couple times and
Yep.
I asked for the data. 'Cause I
Okay.
have to track it myself. Just shoot me over the information in an Excel file. I'll track it myself.
Yes, sir.
And if I may ask. I
It's
do
just
know-
that serious.
Yeah, and if I may ask, I did have a couple of citizens that called in a complaint, but I did call and someone was sent out to gauge if it was a leak, and there were adjustments made, but I think it was a cap on the adjustments. Am I
It is,
right?
there
Yeah,
is
so I
special
can say
percentage.
that they did send.
And they actually
That was a little
monitor.
while ago.
Most of our meters are self-reading now. And
They are.
believe it or not, and I don't even know how they manage to find time to do it, but they'll monitor usage
Yes.
on their own and contact the consumer to advise the consumer that they're seeing excessive usage. So, I mean, from what I've seen, they do a good job of trying to.
We're only human. We sometimes miss things, but we try. We try
But-
hard.
And I think the other part that we remember, most of us were, I think we were up here, at least three of us during that time. It was right when you first came on, Commissioner McCaskill. We adopted a new policy to specifically give additional leeway to staff as it related to dealing with water line breaks. And so we allow, based on the policy, there can be up to 50% reduction at the staff level before. And if you believe that there needs to be more of a reduction put in place, it can be sent to the city manager, and the city manager can work with the gas authority director, and they can come up with a reduction in place. To give you an example, we had a citizen who had an extensive bill that still would have been significant over time. And what they were able to do was to reduce that bill based upon them showing just some effort to repair. And they were able to help the citizen out, and they had a super large bill. And even in places where you have citizens who have those large bills, what they will do is actually set up a payment plan so it doesn't have an impact on them in the same impact by saying, hey, pay this right away or you're going to be turned off. They'll work with them and set them up with a payment plan over a period of time so that it doesn't affect them in the same way. And so there have been some efforts. It's not a perfect system, but what it does is it'll take someone who's got a $3,000 bill based upon what you can obviously see as a leak, and where they can literally almost pinpoint when you fixed it. And that $3,000 bill based upon certain things put in place will at least put that citizen in a much greater position than before. And all of that was done because, we ended up in a situation a few years ago where you had an 80-year-old citizen who had a water line break that wasn't obvious because it was a slab leak. And after it was discovered, we realized that the policy would still create a hardship, and just the way it was written. And so we understand that there's a cost to doing business, but we also understand that at some point we got to make sure that we take people into account.
Thank you for mentioning the repair.
Any better, I also paid a very high bill on leaking toilets on one of my commercial buildings.
Yeah.
So
He wasn't very happy when he came into my office.
Yeah, my key point is that
Yes, sir.
when you get your
Yes, sir.
bill,
Yes.
the previous months or whatever is there along with the current month. So you can see the track or the trend. So when it spikes, you should be able to kind of understand and know that there's.
When I sign off on a refund, first thing I look for is that spike.
Yeah.
I see that spike, I know it happened, and seeing the repair invoice. So we're not gonna be doing it again 2 months from now, It's a huge issue, and it's money. It's people's money. So we're sensitive to that.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the report. Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, all I have on a different topic, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
All I have is a request. As the city may know, we continue to experience COVID-related absences, either by exposure or actual sickness. Mayor, you and I spoke along with the fire chief. We're facing a pretty significant issue at the fire department right now. And the policy we have had in place is going to be problematic in terms of when we allow people to return from work after exposure. Excuse me. So what I'm asking is that the commission
Just go ahead.
the commission give me authority to amend our return to work policy to mimic and comply with CDC guidelines. But basically, if we have a positive exposure or an exposure, to allow a return to work after 3 to 5 days if we have a negative COVID test as a prerequisite. So I'm asking, as we see our policies change, everything changing day to day. I don't know if you saw, but I guess by executive order, the president has indicated that any employer with more than 100 employees will be required to implement a mandatory vaccination policy, and for anyone who doesn't vaccinate, a once-a-week COVID test. Now, that's for private employers. We're sure we haven't been able to sort out the details to see if it applies to governmental entities. We know it applies to all federal entities and people doing business with the federal government, but these things change weekly. Or almost weekly, we had a policy where I was requiring a 10-day absence from work and a negative COVID test for return. But with things that are changing under the CDC guidelines and the practicality of our staffing, we're assuming that the incubation period is 3 to 5 days after a COVID exposure. So 3 to 5 days that a negative COVID test is what we're looking at going back to allow return to work.
No, I'll just add this. I think one of the things that we're starting to see, and we've seen it over the past almost 2 years now, really a year and a half, is the strategy as it relates to COVID from the CDC is continuing to change. If you recall, we started out at 14 days. 14 days quickly became 10. 10 quickly became symptom-based. And symptom-based has changed. It used to be, and then initially it was, you needed 2 negative tests in order to return to work. So we're seeing the strategy change. We implemented an emergency policy so that we can make sure that we provided the greatest levels of safety. We're even seeing in some places where first responders that are critical are being able to be allowed back to work, even through positivity, because of the necessity of having them there and the shortages that exist in some places. I just think that where we are from a governmental standpoint, we need to be able to have the leeway for the city manager's sake to be able to say, I'll employ the standards that are adopted by the standards of the CDC can be adopted for the purposes of being able to serve the citizens at the right capacities and to be able to bring people back in less than 10 days if we find that in fact they are no longer exhibiting the symptoms and the CDC deems them to be eligible to come back into the working environment. And so that's really the thought process, because the COVID information process has changed so much. The way our emergency order was written, it's stale compared to where we are today. And we just got to advance because COVID knowledge has advanced, even though it's still conflicting in some places, it's still far different than it was when we adopted this back in the spring of 2020. And so it's something that has to be addressed as an emergency item. So if it's something that the commission is okay with, I'd like to have a discussion on it. And also if you want to move forward with adopting the CDC standards as our basis, then we would need a motion to that effect and a motion to accept it as an emergency item.
I'll make a motion that we accept this item as an emergency item.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion?
Question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now moving into the discussion of how we want to move forward. Are there any concerns or comments from the commission? I think this is a critical piece.
So what's currently the recommendation of the CDC?
I think they have now backed down to 3 to 5 days, which is the incubation period,
Both chiefs,
conditioned upon a negative COVID test for return.
do both the chiefs want to comment as well?
While they're coming, Mr. Holmes, I would make a recommendation that you look at what was implemented by the school district. They have a pretty good flow chart that we probably would be able to mimic. If you have not had that conversation, they have a flow chart of how employees can return back to work, symptoms or without. And I'll be more than happy to provide that to you.
That.
Yeah, it's the decision tree that.
Yeah, the decision tree. As well as the ability to social distance and wear the proper equipment. Yes.
Chief, you got anything you want to add?
No, sir, it's just the policy as it's written now is just, it takes out, with one exposure, it takes out the whole shift. And so that's where we're at. We have one positive, but it knock out the whole shift. So if that continues to happen.
Are they contact tracing? Find out when they like.
Contact tracing is
When
kind
they
of
get
died.
tested, but I think most of the places have stopped doing a lot of that.
Yeah, the funding, what happened was, I think in a lot of places, what we're seeing is once the funding started changing, when the CARES Act funding changed, the level of contact tracing has really changed from a health perspective. And what the other part is, because there's been more information to show that the virus is airborne, people have actually gone away from the tracing in the same manner.
Let me ask this question. So if one of our firefighters or somebody, our employees get COVID, do we have a responsibility to contact the people that they made contact with prior? I mean, where's that obligation lying? A city attorney?
Ultimately, on calls, they should have.
Well, so far, there's been a lot of waiver of liability as far as the spread of COVID. You know, I mean, the federal government, the previous president implemented lots of executive rules that would waive liability for this. So as far as whether you have a personal responsibility, I don't see that. But what we have been doing here at the city, we continue to take temperatures. So if we have somebody who is then, we at least know who has been exposed and who's been there.
Well, I was sort of thinking on the lines of this. Say we have a police officer that worked the 12-hour shift. Somewhere along the shift, they contracted. What we sort of like backtrack, chief, and from that shift, go back and say, okay, you had 12 calls, and we maybe need to contact those folk along those calls that we may have had contact with. I mean,
We have had a situation or a couple situations similar to that, to where we have had a couple of our officers contract COVID. What we do is we identify basically who worked that night, who may have had a lengthy amount of exposure, and they are listed currently on our policy as possible contact exposure. And then we allow them to stay out until they can get a negative test, and as long as they're not exhibiting any symptoms. But what we can't do is say when they contracted that the virus. It could have been during the 12-hour shift, or it could be before, a couple of days prior to be exact. So what we do is we just identify during that time, and if they're exhibiting any symptoms, following what the CDC guideline says and what our current city policy is, and we adjust from there. Just continue what I was going to say earlier, was that the guys on scene are wearing a mask. So they should be protecting the citizens. But it's when they get back in the truck with those guys that now we're worried about us being spread around the department, not so much to the citizens.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion if there is one.
I would like to go on the record to say this, if you don't mind, Mayor. Of course you don't. All right, with all jokes aside, Now, yeah, this is a disclaimer. No, on a serious note, because Lady Kitchen made this comment about, what she saw up here. What you saw up here is passion between the mayor and I. There's no hard feelings, there's no animosity, and we're passionate about what we do for our community. I can speak for myself, and I know he really is. The mayor, he brings knowledge, experience, compassion, and leadership to this board. I know that, and I think everybody in this room knows that. I'm the junior person on this dice. So with that, I'm gonna have questions. And people that know me personally know that I'm passionate about what I'm talking about. So I really get irritated if somebody cut me off purposely, not on purpose. So when we have exchanges, it's all with compassion in the spirit of doing the right thing. So Nick, you could quote that in the paper. All right.
That wasn't even the right time to even say that. But anyway, that was not even the right time to say that. How you gonna break this? Can we go with what we were supposed to?
Back to where we were.
We still
emotion, not emotions. We'll entertain a motion that relates to COVID policy.
I make a motion that we relinquish the or we give the city manager full authority to what the words am I
follow CDC standards.
To follow CDC standards, or come up with the best standards that work for the city of Palatka.
I second.
What are you seconding?
Your motion to allow the city manager to go by CDC guidelines.
Hey, there's a motion on the floor in a second. Let's stop while we have it. Is there any further discussion on this? This is comical today. Questions called, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any for Chief?
Mayor, if I could, come up.
You were the last
Commissioners, Chief Taylor wasn't here earlier when we had the honor of the proclamation for 9/11. But I did want to make sure that the commission was invited to the ceremony on Saturday, and it will begin as previous years.
before it will begin at 10 o'clock. They are arriving at 9:30. Actually, ceremony begins at 9:50. They are arriving at 9:30 and it will be held again at the county building. So I just wanted to take that time. Wanted to say thank you for the proclamation and to make sure you guys were aware and invited to the ceremony on Saturday.
Thank you.
And your ladder truck will be there with the flag up.
Hey. A ladder truck came in handy. Sure. Any comments from legal at this point? Any comments from planning? Anything, Ms. Walsh? Ms. Shank? Ms. Krantz?
I just want to thank each of you guys for what you do, and I want to wish a special happy birthday to Commissioner Murkowski next Wednesday.
Happy birthday next Wednesday.
Happy birthday to you.
Miss Jones, you have anything?
No, I don't.
Ms. Griffith, Mr. Griffith? I think Mr. Griffith's done. Mr. Yule?
Nothing out here, sir.
Mr. Cutright? He's gone. Did I miss anybody? I already hit Ms. Jones.
said nothing.
Ms. Fuller, you got anything for us?
No, sir.
Okay, Commissioner McCaskill,
I'll make it short. Thank everyone for the birthday shout out. Hopefully, if I see Wednesday, I will be 50 years old. And I also want to thank the city for the love and support that everyone showed to me and my family as we experienced the loss of my grandmother, Katie McCaskill. Thank you all so much.
our condolences. Commissioner Borum?
It's gonna be short up. I went to Publix to get Commissioner McCaskill some candles for her cake, but they only had 49. So I'm gonna resort to the numbers. No, that's all.
She's in the club with, since I'll stay on the 50-year-olds. Commissioner Jones?
Said enough.
Yes, you did.
At least we can laugh, but it's all said and done. Commissioner Jones, you got anything else to start off? Commissioner Campbell, your turn.
I'm just thankful to staff for the flexibility and the commitment that they've had with this whole budget cycle and making the accommodations of the commission to make sure that we get the information that we need. So definitely kudos to you all. And I will be just as happy once we complete this process as you will.
For me, I'm excited about what's going on in Palatka. And for those of you who think that me and Jones are on the same script every time, I'm glad we got an opportunity to truly disagree in public, because people have to realize that this commission has 5 distinct personalities. And the reality of it is we all have passions that are different from one another, but we all have the same love, and that's for this community. Jones and I have been disagreeing since we were little kids. And I think we're gonna disagree as old men. He's much older. And so those are the things that I see happening here. But the other part of this is it's good when you can argue about growth, because there are a whole bunch of communities that wish they were in this position right now. But I also think that, the commentary that has come from this commission as it relates to where we're going, what we're experiencing, how we want to see things happen. We are light years ahead of where we were 6.5 years ago when we set foot on this stage. And it's changing and it's growing every day. And this community is blessed to have people like my 4 compadres who sit up here, who love people, who love Palatka. This is a hard job to do. We've got great staff and a great team assembled, and it's a thankless job. But at the end of the day, we don't do it for personal accolades. We do it because we care. And if you care, your passion is sometimes going to live a lot harder, going to show a lot harder than it does in other situations. There's not one person up here that's not passionate about what they want to, what they believe is best for this community. And there's nobody up here who's not a fighter for the people, for themselves, and who's passive and will not have their voice be heard. And that's what we need in Palatka. We need people who will boldly stand up and put forth a vision that's new and refreshing, that allows the gem of the St. Johns River to shine. So I don't apologize for having passion. I'm not going to apologize for any of that. And nobody in this commission is ever going to have to apologize for being passionate and loving Palatka, because we could all be somewhere else, but we choose to be here and we choose to stand with the great people that work in this community. And we're going to watch the gem of the St. Johns River shine. And so that's it in a nutshell. And I just want to personally thank every commissioner that sits up here for taking the time out and sacrificing yourself and time with your family to do what a lot of other folks won't sacrifice and do. And that's to work for the people. And sometimes we get beat up by the same people that we fight the most for. But we do it because we choose to serve. And that's where we are. And so with that being said, I'll end by saying, again, we're always better together. And the family that don't fight don't last. And so again, we'll continue to push forward our passions as we continue to put people before projects.